How's it going, Rackle viewers? Green Gaddy right back into it with another Grim Rolls Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition session with my own personal homebrew within the Star Wars universe, taking place roughly 10 years before A New Hope starts. We had some foobar moments here, just getting players ready. We're still actually down one, but God willing, he could actually make it at least some point during, and we could just throw him right the hell in. That all said, I'm going to try to pay more attention to the time, but I cannot make any promises as we're already an hour behind schedule, and we're going to see if we could just keep track of the 4-hour mark. So without further ado, let's rejoin the Discord. Or rather, I'll rejoin the Discord. Y'all will be joining the Discord for the first time today.
Someone is knocking on my door. What the heck?
Well, that's me, sorry.
Creeper.
No, she's the creeper.
Yeah.
Wait, did we establish that? Is that canon?
Head
Yeah, I
cannon.
think so.
Good God. So, needless to say, yeah, as I said, Eretz has family stuff, so he's probably going to be the latest out of us all at the moment. If everyone's okay with it, though, we can still shoot for the full 4-hour mark that is usually a session. I say that because we damn went an hour over last time and didn't even realize it till I said something.
Yeah.
If all fails, I mean, I can try to work around to the best of my ability, or we can just end the session. But ultimately, we'll kind of just play it by ear and see how it goes. That all saying, if you would remember what happened last time, bad things happened. You were tasked with finding 2 KX security droids, and after some shenanigans, finding where they were taken from, and actually repairing the speeder they were taken from, and almost deciding to follow the damn Bantha tracks for some reason, despite it was obviously Jawas that did it.
Gogo chose it.
Gogo chose it. He chose
I
poorly.
chose it. You told me to choose it, but you're the guy who knew what the tracks were.
I didn't know what either of them were. Grim
Yes,
just
you
said,
did.
Oh, they were big and carrying something.
No, I said the big tracks were obviously Banthas. I said the little tracks with the small feet were dragging something.
And
Yeah,
then you
but,
asked
hey,
the guy who doesn't know what tracks
which
look
one
like.
to go after? And you're like, yes, the tracks here are made of sand.
Yes, these tracks seem to be made of tracks. Needless to say, after following the correct set of tracks to a little droid shop just kind of out of the way from Mos Espa itself, you found a number of interesting things, one of them being a bunch of Jawas and a Gungan, who apparently was a little confused at being made to know that they were in fact not working on a shuttle to get them off planet, but instead working on a junky behemoth droid. You attempted to make a deal with the Jawas, but then other interested parties showed up. The interested parties being IG-88 model bounty hunting droids, who immediately demanded that the droids be released into their care. You attempted to negotiate with them. You don't really negotiate with IG-88 bounty hunting droids, sadly, and immediately tried to shoot one of them, kicking off a very interesting combat where you ended up fighting 2 IG-88 droids, 3 Jawas, and a junk behemoth. And somehow all narrowly survived.
Very narrowly.
I will never understand. And that is actually we were going to pick right back up from. Still in the droid shop, 2 of you unconscious. The 2 droids that are in fact your bounty, just kind of happy just to sit there. Now that one of them has been scared into submission, your new compatriot, if you could use that word, currently just kind of resting on the table, and 2 of your friends out cold for... I gotta roll for that, actually.
23 years.
Isn't the rule typically an hour and then they get 1 hit point back?
Thank you, Moore. I actually need to be reminded of that because I usually don't do that. So yeah, they're out cold for at least the next hour. Now the real question is, what do the rest of you do? I'm pretty sure I know what one of you is going to do since I just gave you a token for a frickin' Imperial transport speeder.
I'm gonna fly all the way back to Mos Espa.
I mean, it's gonna be a short trip either way, but...
That was just for the memes. Anyways.
Vin is going to, now that he's sort of satisfied himself that those two are stabilized, he's going to poke around the warehouse for a bit, see if he finds anything interesting. Once he's satisfied himself that there's nothing, he's going to, the problem is, I feel like he would probably talk to the Gungan, but for reasons, I don't really want him to do that.
I think Gungan's sleeping, isn't he?
Oh,
So
he's a bad boy.
All I remember from the last one is just, I hear that Jedi organs sell for high prices. Yeah, we should find a Jedi and do that.
We should still totally do that. After me a nap.
Why did I do that? So many memes. Hey, Vin, if you don't mind my asking, how long have you traveled with those two, mercenaries?
He turns and sort of looks over his shoulder at the other two, looks back to you. About a week, which I'm starting to think is too long.
Just a week. Oh. So, were you part of his original crew, or pretty much just got caught up in all of this madness?
Hey, about that speeder. How bad do you think it looks? Can we? And he sort of brushes by you to walk out the front door.
Does he seem a little shifty to you?
Who are you asking that to?
Sorry. Watch what you say to our wonderful benefactors. He directs us towards the droid. As for the speeder, it'll take a bit of work, but thankfully there's a lot of resources here. First order of priority, I think, is, might do to get the, those Imperial logos off. After that, I can work on making sure it actually runs. We can worry about everything else later, but... considering my, quote-unquote expertise in this field, how long would you say that it would take to get this thing functional, at the very least?
Ironically, just a little over an hour.
Certainly convenient, huh? What can I say? My own skills are unparalleled. You'll be glad that you all brought me on. I'm still wondering if I'm glad to be brought on.
So am I, friend. So am I.
By the way, you said that you were a computer expert, right?
He nods slightly.
After we dealt with your Umbaran friend, did you happen to find anything on that computer, the one he tried to shoot?
Not a lot. It looked like he was in the middle of trying to perform some bank heist, but not sure who the client was.
Bottom right in the middle of it all, huh?
Yes. Seems pretty straight up. Seems pretty convincing. Of course, it's always your your call, your final call as to whether you want to believe him or not, but...
What?
Never mind.
Honestly, I was going to say that, considering your expertise, I was hoping that you could get a little more than that, but we're talking about a famous splicer capable of stealing from the huts. You'd have to be, what? Just as, if not more skilled than someone like that? Don't get me wrong, I'm certain you're talented, but if you had the means to rival a splicer capable of performing bank heists, I'm sure you wouldn't be here.
He opens his mouth, then stops, and you see another rare smile sort of touch his face. Nothing to do with skill, my friend. First thing any splicer does when they're interrupted in the middle of a slice is torch the evidence. If we'd gotten there a little faster, perhaps, but there wasn't a lot of information left. That said, and he sort of glances around the room again, do I see any kind of terminal that might link to the planetary network?
In this room specifically, not really. I mean, you definitely see gauges for what looks like the power generator here, monitor here, but you're pretty sure this is a diagnostic station, a reprogram station here. You're not entirely sure what the hell that even is. This looks like it's attached to a frickin' overdone scanner. This looks like just basic tech stuff. That all said, though, there's a door there.
Oh, that is a door.
That is a door.
And do I see any paint?
Funny enough that you actually said that. As you cross the threshold, you know, stepping over Luck and over Jesse, there actually is some paint. That I didn't think anyone was going to ask about.
So, Vin is going to grab this paint, sort of interrupting his conversation with the Toydarian. And he's going to lug it over. Even though it's not super huge cans, it looks like it's a little heavy for him. He lugs it over, and probably by this time it becomes obvious what he's thinking as he brings it up to the speeder and starts gauging whether there's enough to cover the whole thing or adjust, let us say, the markings on it permanently. Run that one more time.
So, you got, what exactly you got in that canister? Paint or something?
Well, that's what I hope. He opens one can experimentally.
Explosion.
Then nods.
Roll me a deck save. I'm joking. No, it's like a midnight blue coat of paint.
Does it look like there's enough to cover the whole speeder, or?
I wouldn't say the whole speeder, but definitely enough to at least cover the markings of the Empire from the damn thing. The other paint can, because there are 3 of them, is kind of like a more rusty kind of red. And the other one looks like it was going to be black at one point, didn't quite make it, and it actually is closer to the midnight blue.
Okay. So he's going to get started on painting over the markings, and he's going to try and make it symmetrical and make it look sort of natural, as though it's a design for, for cosmetic purposes as opposed to hiding Imperial markings purposes.
I need to stop speaking jokes through that droid. That's okay. Only people that actually understand binary understands what the hell he's actually saying. Which I think is a grand total of like one of you.
Yeah, I don't think Vin does. I think, yeah.
Yeah, fun fact, your little translators that you were quote-unquote gifted don't do binary.
Oh, I need to add that to my character sheet. Okay, so I'm working on painting the ship. Marlo's working on fixing the ship. And the droids are just standing around.
I mean, they weren't given any of the further orders, so yeah, that's just what they're doing. They're just standing there.
So after some time passes,
Oh, Grandma Tarkin. Just angrily beats back at you, Marlo. It was one joke. But nah, needless to say,
It wasn't funny.
just replies, I thought it was funny. An hour passes though, and yeah, there's literally just a pile of parts right over there amongst a couple of dead Jawas to pull from, so getting the speeder fixed is pretty easy. As for painting the thing, was there anything specific you're trying to do, or were you just kind of like splashing across the Imperial insignias and calling it good?
just trying to cover the marks and cover them in a way that doesn't make it obvious that, there are markings that have been covered. So some kind of symmetrical, aesthetic-looking paint job.
He's got that shark's head flame looking paint job.
Racing stripes.
The designation N7 is where the Imperial logo should be.
Yeah, sadly no white paint. Roll me a dexterity check, Vin, if you'd be so kind.
Straight dex.
Just straight dex.
10.
I mean, you obviously weren't an artist at any point in your life. You know, you might have like doodled here and there in the sand, just bored on Tatooine. I mean, yeah, it just kind of looks like this thing had a hasty paint job thrown on it a little bit, but passable at a glance.
Okay.
And at long last, you two chuckle nuts finally wake up with one whole hit point.
Ah.
You hear something?
Oh.
Yes, it's something like that.
Little do we know, Hank Hill is breaking and entering.
Maybe we should check on the others, though. They seemed stable when we left them, but it's been a little while.
Luck, as you sit up, one of the KX series droids actually approaches you. Do you require assistance?
Yes, you rust bucket.
It holds out a hand to you.
I accept.
It literally just pulls you up like with minimal effort. It sets you on the ground.
Just throws him. Doesn't look like his arm. There's just Luck's arm there, or nothing else.
No, that'd be if I had Matthias in here.
You are being rescued.
Please don't resist. Dova, you on the other hand, as you try to sit up, you find a problem. And I actually had to go back through the records to see how you went down. Your cybernetic arm shorted out.
Just is gonna just kind of just lay there. Just.
The KX then approaches you. I am here to assist. Please do not resist. Kind of roughly grabs you by a collar and just hoists you up and gently sets you on your feet.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I was waiting for him to grab the cybernetic hand, and the whole arm of his cybernetic arm just falls off.
I thought about that, but that seemed a little too cruel for everything happening already.
Just turn to
look.
the... Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You first.
Nah, I was just gonna do a joke thing. Go ahead.
Look. How are you feeling there? Took a bit of a lump from those, And he nods in the direction of the enormous robot. Look.
He was spaced out. He doesn't know what's going on.
Certain he's fine. Do we want to, should we take off the helmet to see if there's any damage under it?
No.
Do it. I'll cut off your wings.
I'm,
He's not that out of it.
I was dying. God.
So Dova, as you're standing there, literally just kind of playing with your arm, like literally lifting it back up and then just letting it fall limp at your side again. And pardon me more for stealing your little droid for a moment. But said little droid is going to actually kind of scamper up your leg and climb onto your arm.
Whoa.
Does a quick little scan on you before a couple of tools kind of just pop out in various freaking compartments on it. A few sparks fly off before it gets kind of a satisfied beep and scampers back off.
Just kind of just watch it scamper up. What the heck?
Your arm now
That's the
works
first
again.
Assassinate Droid from that guy before.
Droid used duct tape.
It was super effective.
Droid has used WD-40. Jess is just saying. It's gonna stretch
You
over
gotta,
and it will go straight to this door.
You open the door?
Oh dear.
you ever
And,
get a sinking feeling like you're forgetting something?
I'll give you a hint. Here's a reminder.
Can I roll to inspect the door?
Your
Roll me,
development.
roll me an investigation check to inspect the door.
Appropriate.
Seems fine.
Yes, made of door. This is gonna step back. And he's gonna look at the droid and the droid right there. Open it. He's gonna kind of just go over here and just stand behind this.
I am here to assist. The droid does in fact follow your instructions as you hide behind the console. Marlo's just staring. It's like, are we getting paid to return those things? As it opens the door.
Vin
And
is
then,
oblivious.
Hide behind the Mando.
who almost died.
I can't feel my leg.
Ooh. Nothing happened, right?
Yeah.
Task completed.
Alright, just gonna walk back over here and just head on inside. Like, what is he seeing here that's valuable or useful?
Roll me an investigation check.
Oh damn, that's a good investigation.
Yes, this dirt is made. This floor is made of dirt that can only be found in the best of England's homosexual bathrooms. How do you know this? Books.
Books. So, one thing at a time. Number one, there's a data pad there. looks like someone was working on something here. That's a gun. Not entirely sure of the make just yet, because you're not close enough. There's a box with something in it there that looks interesting. A HoloNet terminal there. Looks like more stuff, just like a little workbench that someone was working on something on. They're Jawas, God knows what they were actually doing in here.
Hmm. You're just gonna head right over to the data pad, pick it up, and start trying to look through it.
So walking past the data pad.
Oh. I'm sorry, I immediately forgot that was the data pad. I thought that was it.
No, that's like a little workstation.
Okay.
Glancing through it, you immediately feel the urge to set it down because the only thing you read, like, I swear to God, every third word is just droids. And you can
More
still
droids?
hear those little Jawas shrieking, "More droids! More droids!"
Make a sanity roll.
Make a roll to not frisbee it through the window. I'm gonna build a window and then frisbee it through it.
Build a window, the frisbee, the fucking data pad, sure. Lord almighty.
He's gonna go over here and just look around at the table.
Well, there's a fancy looking blaster on the table, and at examining the little container and opening it up, you find something very interesting. That I had to find the handout I made for. There it is. In the container, you find 3 of these.
Ooh. He's gonna just grab that blaster and just kind of shove it up under his coat as nonchalantly as humanly possible.
Now you're gonna look at it, it's like, oh, I found grenades. Gun, too.
Yes, these grenades are made out of boom. Oh, gun.
Sorry, 8d6?
Yep.
We found lightning fireball that is more powerful than fireball.
Better give me the explosive. I'm the explosives man. I'm already carrying a bomb on me.
Does Jesse by any chance know where that pistol came from? Like, who made it?
Roll me a history check. Would you consider yourself a gun nut, actually, Jesse?
I have no clue.
Yeah, you really don't. It's a fancy gun.
Yoink.
Though at a glance, just because you've encountered something of a similar kind of make, it looks like it came from roughly the same manufacturer and possibly even the same era as a blaster rifle you left with your B2 Super Battle Droid friend who was falling apart.
Hmm.
Also, Vin, yeah, you literally step in just to watch Jesse just start pocketing grenades and a gun.
Which will definitely not end badly.
What if I like that one scene from like the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie where they steal the vault, they open it, and he's sitting there looking in it, and Scrum goes over to look inside. Jack just takes out one coin and just puts it in his pocket. There's nothing.
So you turn around to see the Umbaran looking at you with this quizzical expression, like kind of raised eyebrows. Like,
Hi.
"Really?"
I found a box. You want the box? It's a cool box.
Did you pocket some things that you're going to use later to accidentally kill us all?
I don't know if I'm gonna use it to accidentally kill you guys.
He just steps away from the room and starts walking back towards you.
Finn, who at a glance and seeing the most dangerous member of the party pocket actual live explosives, completely ignoring the HoloNet terminal in the corner of the room.
Oh, he's not going to touch that when the other party members are watching.
Fair. Also sus.
Walks up to Luck and Marlowe. We might want to stage a little bit of an intervention, gentlemen.
So, Jesse, are you looking at the holo terminal?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hacker stonks.
So, are you looking at the HoloNet terminal?
He's going to try, yeah.
Okay. So you power the console on, and the first thing that comes up is lonely Jawas and their droid companions.
Like Jawa Facebook or something?
Wait, am I looking at
No.
Jawa's browser history?
Yes.
Ah, God damn it.
I couldn't resist.
Anything else, or is that just it?
I pressed the wrong button.
Nope, not really. I mean, the rest, honestly, at a glance and from that sweet investigation roll, nah, the rest of this looks pretty much pointless. I mean, there's a couple of tool sets here and there, but frankly, you probably have better on your ship, you know, when you get that back.
Walk out with just a scarred look on his face. Just
You know,
completely
something tells me
terrified.
he learned his lesson, Vin.
Vin
Vin-
turns around, looks at Jesse. You look like a man who's seen some shit. Have you seen some shit?
I saw some really secretive stuff on that holo terminal. You should go check it out.
Stuff. What kind of secretive stuff?
You'll see. All I know is I don't want to look at it again. Man knows too much, he's liable to get hurt.
Is it me or did that not answer
Vin does
anything?
not believe you. Vin just gives you this expressionless stare.
Good.
You'll act like you've never seen Jawa porn before or something, Jesus.
Would be the most alluring race in the Twi'leks. Let's be real here.
Lord almighty. I forgot to add something.
Oh god, I gotta add that the things that you want to the character sheet. Let's see here.
Mental
How do I add
trauma
this?
from seeing what Jawas get off to. Oh, damn it, I didn't save it. Son of a bitch.
How do I add stuff to my inventory?
One moment.
Open the character sheet, hit the plus icon down at the bottom of below all of the current inventory items,
All
and
right.
it'll put in another row.
And should I just have it weigh the same amount as the other blasters?
That one in particular weighs 4.
4? Got it.
Mm-hmm. It's hefty.
That means a big boy gun.
I mean, it's a pistol still, but it's a very heavy pistol.
Burn effects, hand cannon. I need to stop bringing Mass Effect into this.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong.
Grandma, I gotta ask, like out of character.
Hmm?
Is that one of the Republic Commando blasters, or is that the Mandalorian blasters?
I don't know. When you figure it out, I'll tell you.
Okay.
So
Enjoying
Vin,
yourselves. I think I'm going to ask this fine little droid to help us. Oh, my voice.
Yeah!
Dear God, I'm gonna be a smoker at this rate. But anyways, I'll just gesture towards the KX droid. Hey, you! They're going to help me drag the other IG-88s in here. You remember the ones that tried to kill you?
Unsuccessfully, yes, I remember.
Right, well, come on. Honestly, I don't know why Arcade Industries makes you guys so polite. Did they use protocol droids as a model for your design or something?
No, in theory they lose to our intimidation factor. When you say you're going to murder someone politely, they tend to pay more attention.
I mean, you're not wrong. Huh. I wonder if anyone's used a protocol droid as an assassin before.
I am fluent in over 3 million ways of kicking you.
No, you get over here, you little... There you go.
So Vin, the office is now free to use.
If you can avoid that one terminal and its horrors.
So
I think Vin wants to begin dissection.
Oh God.
So Vin sort of watches them go and then strides over to Luck and says, Luck and Jesse, and says, "Don't mean to put too much pressure on, but that guy, I think we should take him with."
Talk about the gun again.
You also talk about the Gunyan?
Why are you talking like that? That's terrifying.
Hey, Misa take offense to that.
You're supposed to be asleep.
Misa is asleep.
That was funny.
Vin pauses, looks over his shoulder, shakes his head, and looks back at them. I think we ought to bring him along. I'm not... Well... We have some decisions to make, and I don't think we should make them here.
One decision we're definitely gonna make is when we're gonna return them droids back to the Empire.
Nods slowly.
I'd rather just sleep on a bed for the moment.
Let's get everything loaded into the speeder, and then we can figure it out.
Alright.
I'm down for whatever.
You think you two can handle the Gungan?
Luck, you get the gun, you're not helping with the droids.
Me. Misa going to be bomb bad Sith Lord.
I don't want to touch it.
Misa get all the beaches. God damn it, Eris. This is why I hate doing other people's characters.
Dear God.
Vin walks over very gingerly, sort of places a hand on the Gungan's shoulder to wake him.
What do you so want?
We're going to be heading out soon. You want to come with?
No Jawas?
Oh, no Jawas, but we do have a shiny ship that is waiting for us that...
Misa sold.
Shuttle!
And he just breaks off in the middle of his sentence as the Gungan leaps to his feet and starts walking towards the speeder.
You basically just told him that you have a way off planet. He doesn't care anymore. He's going now.
That was easier than I expected. Well,
I mean, the guy
I'll
was also
look around.
convinced that that was going to be a shuttle, so you're under the impression he's not very bright.
Wait. I'll take another last look around and see if there's anything more we should salvage. And he starts walking towards the back room.
Alrighty. And the first thing you see as you look over in the direction of the holo terminal disgusts you.
You don't know what Finn is into.
I'm pretty sure it's not droids and Jawas fornicating, though.
He raises one thin eyebrow, otherwise no visible reaction whatsoever. Walks over to the terminal and clears that off it. Is there anything is there anything indicating that these Jawas were associated with any, shall we say, surprising individuals, or that they had any party that they were building this droid for, or were they just building this droid for themselves?
Roll me an investigation check.
24.
Okay. You browse through some of the files here and there, and ultimately what you find, kind of disappointing actually, this thing was literally made, they were building the droid specifically as added security against possible Tusken Raider attacks. There's a couple of mentions here and there about how they somehow convinced a Gungan that they were actually building a shuttle who was helping them collect droids. But honestly, they were also talking about how to get rid of him because apparently he was more of a nuisance than he was a help.
Okay. So Vin is going to save a copy of these files in case they end up being something that he wants to show to the Gungan later to convince him that the Jawas were not on his side.
Also, Vin,
And then...
about to say, are you also going to check a few other things?
Yeah, so Vin is just going to, after glancing over his shoulder and satisfying himself that no one else is coming, he's going to check on the status of that dummy account that he had set up.
So it's weird, because you do. You check the dummy account. At the moment, it's sitting at a solid 5,000.
Okay.
Which at first is a little disappointing. Then you notice that number is still going up.
Interesting. So the program,
Open
the other
connection shit.
So
No,
the program the other Umbaran had set up was just sort of was intended to run in perpetuity and siphon stuff off at a constant rate rather than a one-time sort of transfer.
At a glance from your quick little hack of it originally and what it's doing now and what it's added up to, you're actually more so suspecting that... So you know how banks, when they're adding interest into your account, it'll always like round down the number?
Yeah.
This is taking the fragments of that rounded down number and adding it into whatever account it's specified.
Okay.
And that number is going up fairly quickly, so it's doing it across lots of accounts.
Okay. So satisfied, Vin exits out and removes any traces from the system of access to the account.
There are a couple ways you could do that. How do you want to do it is the question.
He's not going to destroy the hardware if that's what you're wondering.
Okay. Make me a quick hacker tool check then.
Vin suddenly has a hammer.
Hacker tools intelligence?
Yep.
19?
You feel pretty damn confident that you basically eliminated all possible trace that someone were to somehow check this amidst all the Jawa porn of finding any trace that you even touched it.
Okay. Satisfied, he reemerges from the room and goes out to check on the others.
I mean, at this point, I feel like they basically hauled everyone in. Thankfully, with the KX droids helping, the IG-88s were very easy to kind of stuff in. Mario's trying to start up a conversation, asking how someone ended up on the planet in the first place.
And Vin is poking around the the rest of the building, seeing if there's anything that looks potentially valuable or like something they might want to have. But assuming he doesn't find anything, I think we've actually already searched the place.
Lots
Assuming
of
he
junk.
doesn't find anything, he's going to mosey on out to the speeder. Think we've picked it pretty clean, guys.
The few things worth of value are currently installed on the speeder from the junk droid. And so you decide to leave the Jawas and their little rifles and their giant pile of smoldering junk droid. Alrighty. And I'm assuming you're just heading back to the cantina?
Most likely.
If
Oh, no.
I work on the IG-88s, at least to the point where they're not as beat up.
Interesting.
Also, is it possible to see if there's like an owner's mark on it, or I guess it would be a restraining bolt, wouldn't it? Would it be a restraining bolt?
Funny you should ask. Roll me... God, what would this be? I want to say this would be investigation too, actually, but that's been rolled a lot recently. Like, how in depth are you going about looking for like any defining marks or something? Like, are you like literally trying to peel off parts of the armor, or are you just giving a kind of glance over?
I imagine while I'm trying to get it, not functioning, but in a decent state, I'd have to peel up the armor anyways. But if anything, I would be working on them while giving cursory glances about while I'm mainly focused on fixing.
Okay. In that case, roll me a... I think for you it was a Tinker's Tools check.
Sure.
And an investigation following right after that.
Alright. 15 for the Tinker. And 18 for an invest.
Alright. So as you peel away bits and pieces of the armor, to the point where you actually find a actual thermal detonator in the chest plate itself, on both of them, you don't really find any apparent markings right out of the gate. I mean, there's not even like a serial number or a manufacturer. But there,
Odd for
you did
droids.
roll high enough for this little bit, though. You see a spot where it might have been, but it's been long scratched off.
Hello?
There you are.
Okay.
Where did I cut
out? You see a small location where it seems something got scratched off.
Yeah, that's basically where it probably would have been, but yeah, and it's like the exact same on both of them.
Hey, Vin. How are you with droid programming?
It's not my best point, but I can probably make my way around to soup you. What you need?
Would it be possible to check the last person who physically accessed their logs?
Now that's an interesting challenge. He steps over to look down at the droid appraisingly. Would I know of a way to do that? Like maybe say if it records a visual feed, if to backtrack to before it attacked us, or
Yeah, you can certainly see a way you can try.
let me try that. Would that be an investigation?
No, that'd be a straight up hacker tool check again.
Hacker tools. Okay.
with multiple varying tiers of DCs that might give you more or less information depending what number you land on.
Okay. That's a
You
21.
landed on the 20. God damn it. Okay. I need to stop doing this like I do in my ninja game. Okay.
Too bad I didn't have Marlo assisting me.
The max DC I set for this was 20. I kind of wish I made it 25 now, though. So...
half through, so also, sorry.
Alright. So, you hook up to the damn thing, you know, just have a handy little data pad constantly, just specifically for these uses. And you start going through some things here and there. You don't find much at first. Then finally you get past another barrier. And you find a message that just says, "We are free now." That just repeats over and over again. For a brief moment, you think maybe that's kind of just all that's there, because the only other records here are just like memory wipes. But you do manage to find a secured video file. And playing it back is an interesting experience. I'm going to ask right now, does your datapad have audio by any chance?
Well, let's say it does, but he keeps it on mute normally.
That's probably a
Just
good
do it.
thing. Because you're literally
Yeah.
watching as through the eyes of this IG-88 as it stands by several other IG-88s as they are systematically just shooting apart and destroying a manufacturing warehouse.
Do is there a way I can find out where this manufacturing facility was?
In a galaxy far, far away with multiple planets, it's very unlikely.
Shoot. So I can't, like, look through its... There's no location
nothing there.
stamped on the...
Like, this is...
Okay.
Let me put it this way. This is, like, the only thing recorded at the earliest moment, and you're under the suspicion, just looking at it, that, yeah, these things purposely wipe their memories of everything but that file and that bit of text for a reason.
Was the text? I mean, I actually wouldn't be able to see this because Vin is the one looking at it. So never
You could
mind.
probably just see over his shoulder what's playing on his data pad.
Okay. What was the text again? Sorry.
We are free now.
Okay, that's horrifying.
Be happy the audio was muted. Because you would just be hearing everything I just said in very fun detail.
Yeah, the audio is muted. My first reaction was, "Oh God, they're gonna press the audio buttons and go, never gonna give you up, never."
Watching
Nova,
with
why do you think I would be that much of an asshole? Come on.
Because
watching with Vin, I imagine that.
And that's where he cut out.
Watching with Vin, I imagined that...
It's just watching. Oh, droid. You're a good droid.
It gives a bunch of happy and almost sorrowful beeps back.
Yeah, how interested does that guy's droid look in this this footage of droids inflicting carnage?
Roll me an insight check. It's a goddamn droid. Are you serious? You don't know. It's a damn droid. It has no facial features. It's basically looks like an oversized fucking security camera with legs.
Prefer the term turtle. Thank you very much.
it's Anthony.
You catch Vin giving your droid side eye.
Well, they're gonna...
Sorry, you were saying something.
Oh, I was gonna say, when you guys are back there doing that, Jess is gonna turn around and just, do you want to offload these droids before we head back to Cantina, or back there
Oh,
first.
where?
I mean, it's got to be an Imperial embassy or something around here, considering that they want these droids back.
Okay, we also have another problem. There is a Gungan sitting right there.
Actually, Misa's standing.
Why don't me and the Gungan stay on the ship while you guys go in and make the deal? Because I don't want to get pulled into some Imperial bullshit.
Yeah, the last time we wanted to be sat in that cantina, and that the wired guy come back and think that we're the ones that stole the droids.
Vin nods slowly. Should be fine then, as long as... And he gives the Gungan another look. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was? Crod?
Yes, Misa named Crab.
Crab.
As long as our new friend Crad here stays out of sight and stays very quiet, and Vin gives him a meaningful look.
Just blinks at you.
What is he trying to convey?
You don't get a response.
Identify.
Vin looks a little unsettled, but turns back to the group.
I mean, you
So
can roll
go
an insight check on the Gungan. It has a face.
7. Vin's
As you
best with computers, really.
As you stand there and you try to just gauge this Gungan, you find yourself losing yourself in his eyes. You feel a chill crawl up your spine. As in your mind, you can just hear laughter. And then it's
No
gone.
one's ever really gone.
If anyone else would like to try to insight check the Gungan and maybe not be disturbed by the fact they're force sensitive, as all fuck.
Marlo Wad is just under the assumption that Gungans don't have a word in their language for quiet.
Just gonna just turn around and. Alright, so we're going to drop off these droids?
May as well. I'll just take a look at, Vin. Out of curiosity, once we get in the range, are you able to access the security cameras and make sure that no eyes person isn't there? I have a bad feeling about him.
Yeah, you're not the only one, friend. Do I have a sense that that would be something possible? I mean, so in general, I would assume that from outside their network, we would have a hard time doing that, but we have access to an Imperial speeder, so it may be possible for us to, say, join their network wirelessly in a way that normally one wouldn't.
I'll do you one better. Roll me a history check.
My internet. Oh, there we go.
History check?
Mhm.
Okay. 17?
There are no freaking cameras at the cantina.
Oh, I thought we were going to some Imperial place to drop off the droids, no?
That's what I thought too. The heck?
Okay. As soon as someone tells me where that is, by all means.
Ah.
I guess we're on Cantina then.
To the cantina. Da-da-da-da-da.
Specifically, Blind Sephiroth said to notify your nearest Empire security personnel, I believe it was.
Your nearest Empire official, yes.
Hmm.
So basically he's telling you, find a stormtrooper. Speaking
You need to look
of...
for someone official, not a stormtrooper.
That's about as close as you're going to get half time. Or, you know, you could just have the very awesome luck of, you know, seeing all this happen. I want you to know it was really hard not to laugh as you all kept talking about this.
It's a
Talking
Gungan.
about...
Also, let's turn around.
So as you guys pull up to the cantina, it's pretty hard to miss the fucking ATST just sitting there. The three stormtroopers surrounding a Gungan, oddly enough, and an actual Imperial officer that looks like you can't hear anything, but you're pretty sure he's berating everybody just because he's a dick.
You honestly think you can just bring any Gungan up here? What, you're saying they all look the same? How dare you? No, the Empire totally wouldn't give a damn.
Yeah, they would. That's not... Yeah, don't even joke about that. They totally fucking would.
Do we not have external audio pickups on the shuttle?
Well, I only had enough time to get it running. I didn't even have enough time to get the AC running in this thing.
Priorities.
So we can't tell what they're saying, what they're talking about.
No, but the second they see that speeder roll up, they immediately all look in your direction, and the Imperial officer actually starts waving you over.
Jesse's just gonna stand up and start walking toward exit, and he's going. Is there any like blankets or anything that's in there?
It's an Imperial transport speeder.
In that case, he's gonna take off his jacket and just kind of throw it over the Gungan.
Okay, you do that.
Trying to hide the Gungan, and he's gonna.
Vin is standing next to the Gungan.
He's gonna kind of just step off and start walking over.
I dare say it's about to... You're not an Imperial official. What are you doing in that speeder, sir?
It's outsourced.
Outsourced.
Hey, you guys were looking for a pair of security droids, right?
Kind of quirks up brows. You... Yes?
Well, we found them. A bunch of Jawas tried to get them.
Jawas, you say?
Yes.
Did they also happen to be in possession of an Imperial transport speeder that said security droids were originally part of? The very same one you arrived in?
I turns towards Luck, not able to hear any of this. How do you think he's doing?
No, this is an entirely different one.
I think he's sweating.
We bought this back in back a few years ago at a pod race event here. Really great time in Moss Estate.
You might want to
Really
go
fun.
help him.
Yeah, do you want the droids?
I ain't gonna go out.
Oh my god, this is
Just hands, or just not hands up, but you know what I mean. It's like you don't walk towards a police officer just out of a...
Oh yeah, no, your hands
vehicle.
are out and spread out and make sure that they can clearly see there's nothing in them.
Yeah, this isn't an ambush. Hey, wait, 1 second. C-13!
And Jessica's
Get
gonna
over
turn
here.
around. Hey, clankers, get out of here! And hope that they can hear him.
That's offensive. Oh, that definitely sounds like a KX. Oh, good, that is them. Why did they look burned?
Difficulty with the Jawas. As you can see by our companion here, and he just points towards the, Do I even need to explain how Jesse looks right now?
No,
He's basically just sitting there. Wait, do you mean physically or what?
The officer's looking at Jesse. It's like, yes, he looks like he caught a rancor during mating season.
Something like that.
The Jawas hit me with a thing.
Yes. It would appear that they were using, they had, they created a droid that they pilot. Essentially, they got into it. And, well, that was one hit. And he just points towards Jesse.
Yeah. Listen, if you want, I can point you to where the Jawas were.
Were being the operative word.
Yeah, were. They're still there. They're not okay, but they're still there.
Right. Well, enough said then, I suppose. Captain, if you would be so kind as to take command of both the KX droids and the transport speeder, and you two dullards, I don't know, do something with that damned Gungan. But these are doing nothing! And gag him, for God's sake. I don't know why they want him, of all people. He's a damned Gungan.
I think they're all strange.
If I might inquire, why are you after the speeder?
Well, because it's obviously Imperial property. Why wouldn't we want it back?
It's not Imperial property.
What kind
I
of idiots do you think we are to ride up in front of Imperials and Imperial property? Can I roll to see if by any chance?
Okay, you know what?
Certainly, I mean no offense, officer. What is your name, officer?
You may call me Kirkland, if it would appease your tongue, Todarian.
Officer Kirkland. Does he buy in bulk?
Well, if he does, he certainly fucking brought the bulk with the ATST. That said, Jesse, roll me a deception check with advantage because Marlo is, in fact, helping you in this wonderful lie. And we'll just see what happens from there.
That's a good lie.
That's a damn good lie. Let's see what he gets. I gotta find his goddamn sheet. I didn't even think I was gonna use it. Where the hell? There's my Imperial officer. Let's see here. Oh, that's not very good. He's actually here. I'm gonna roll in public since people like to question my rolls.
I'm sorry, Master GM. I'm never calling you Master again. Fuck that.
Yeah, don't do that ever again. That's creepy. So, needless to say, as you can all see, Imperial officer just slowly nods his head. I suppose making a few credits for the Empire for a bunch of defunct speeders we don't have any need for is fine and dandy. Very well then, the droids. Captain, are you taking command or not? The stormtrooper just sighs inside his helmet.
I fucking hate my job.
It's Gary the Stormtrooper.
Just kind of nods to the KX droids who immediately just fall in line behind him. Right then, one problem solved, I suppose. Now then, on to you, the Gungan. What means not Gungan you look for? You're a Gungan, though. On Tatooine. Yes, me's the name Knock Knock.
Damn it.
That cannot be your name. But it is me's name.
Wait, what was the name?
Knock Knock.
Nah.
Who's there?
No, that means
Exactly.
the last name. Knock Knock, who dare?
Let's see, like, what was the reward for the droids?
I don't know. Do you ask him?
I don't remember what it was. I'm sure they said it a while ago, didn't they?
Probably. The way I see it, though, if you don't remember, your character probably doesn't.
Fair enough.
Or, oh god damn it, my internet cut out. How long?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Lovely. But, well, I'm assuming Jesse is gonna speak up, so I don't want to take over on
No,
that.
you can. You can.
Jesse can't remember the number.
I can't remember the reward.
Pardon, but Officer Kirkland. Wait, it wasn't even a day ago, was it? It was literally a couple of hours ago. Right?
Yep.
Okay. Officer Kirkland, I believe that a high-ranking Empire official visited this establishment not a few hours ago.
I would certainly think so, seeing as how I was said Imperial official, yes.
No, he had no eyes.
Oh, right, that man. The entire reason we're looking for damned Gungans on this dirtball of a planet. Yes, what about that strange fellow?
Well,
And I think more cut out again. More?
Yellow.
More.
hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, blue screen. APC mismatch index.
That's usually a hardware thing.
Yep. I'm gonna get it sent over to a tech place soon. Anyways, I don't know how much I said, but TLDR, Blind Sephiroth visited this place earlier. I promised a reward, and yada yada yada. You know, I'm kind of fed up
Okay,
Oh, it's
good.
with my
money.
computer.
Okay, good. Oh yes, I'm sure a reward was promised, and what greater reward is there than to serve the Empire in your own little ways?
Credits.
I love this because Jesse said it. Because almost like in unison, the captain, the two stormtroopers, the pilot of the ATST, and the ATST's head itself slowly turn towards you. Even the Gungans look at you, it's like, you're so fucking stupid.
Allow me to intercede here. Specifically, it means, well, in addition to assisting a, let us say, fruitful line of assistance. After all, we are capable of tracking down such troublesome meddlers, along with your droids, well, quite into it as well. Simply, the Empire can see how useful it will be to have individuals of our caliber to be on call, so to speak.
Right, and what would the Empire have of bounty hunters? And he just slowly raises a thumb to the ATST.
I mean, surely there's gotta be some people that you're after. I mean, you said you're looking after a Gungan.
Slowly lowers the thumb to the Gungan behind him.
Yeah, there everyone is. My computer just booted up and it kicked me off of my phone.
That's funny.
I'm just having all sorts of communication trouble today.
Apparently. But, yeah, he's basically not going for it. Yeah. And he's pretty ballsy and confident and has a right to do so, as that is literally an ATST standing behind him.
Okay, there we go. Okay, I think everything is back up to speed. And hopefully nothing breaks. Can you all still hear me?
Yes.
Yes?
Fucking lovely. Let's see how long that lasts.
Tell your next blue screen.
Ziff.
Anyway, I'm sure we'll remember your names fondly in service of the Empire as we take away this two prisoner and our Imperial property. Now, if you could kindly go literally anywhere else.
Fair enough, Officer Kirkland.
Yes, that's my name. Don't wear it out or I'll have to execute you.
You know, I wonder if the stormtroopers also have to call him something else.
This is gonna just go back into the speeder.
And while it's a little slow going, as they're literally all but dragging that poor Gungan, they do eventually start making their way down the street.
Well, They refuse to pay us.
What?
I mean, what do you expect me to do?
He runs to the shuttle entry, horrified.
I expect there was something there with the walker looking down at me. I couldn't exactly do anything.
Used to pay us. He
Not
comes
hear you
back
there.
and sits on the floor, looking dejected. Used to pay us.
If I might offer something to brighten your spirits, I don't think it's going to brighten your spirits, but you saw that officer, that or that Imperial, that gave the announcements for the Gungan before, right?
Yes.
What are the odds he is going to believe that his officer brought it in himself?
No, an Empire. And the way that officer's acting, I'd say pretty low.
Vin nods slowly.
Meaning
But how
that
does
he
that
might
help
come after us. And either, well, I'm hoping he doesn't come specifically to meet the individuals who actually were able to bring in the two K2S or KX series droids. But it's possible.
I think we would rather not be here when that happens.
Agreed. At least we still have the shuttle, so that's something.
Yeah, they're gonna keep that for us. So
Vin perks up
So-
a bit. We have these. Sort of walks over to the bounty droids, nudges one with his foot. Might be able to sell them off for scrap. And then he catches sight of the Troidarian looking at him. Sell one off for scrap.
what are the odds that?
But, Shirley, let me check something real quick. Excuse me.
What are the odds that Waddle will pay us a good price for them?
That might work. That's enough cash for us in our pockets.
Marlo, as you step into the cantina, a couple of things that you note. Number one, it's unusually empty in here. In fact, there's literally only 2 living creatures at the bar. And yes, there is yet another IG-88.
One of these is not living.
No, I didn't count Lloyd because he's not a patron.
Wow.
He owns the place.
As I see the IG-88, I'm just like,
All of its eyes slowly just turn around about its head and stare at you for a moment.
I'm not even gonna try to roll inside against the droid, but I'll just look towards Lloyd. Good news, Lloyd. Hello, by the way. The Empire is off your front door, so there's that.
Oh, good. Because I have such roaring business when they're here. It's fantastic.
Well, I just needed to verify that everything was alive in here. So I'm going to give that news to my companions. You could say that I lost the coin toss.
Well, at least you weren't the one that had to talk to them.
I kind of did. It was not pleasant.
It never is.
Yeah, so there's another IG-88 inside the building.
It's almost like it didn't move.
Well, yeah, that's Lloyd's security droid, right?
I think so. He was there last time. And every other time.
And Lloyd specifically talked about why he purchased him and that he was using him as a bouncer.
More so that he was kind of on loan.
Oh, why he obtained him.
Maybe Lord will be interested in one of these ones. Spare parts never hurt anyone.
Vin nods slowly.
So, who wants to go give him a
No.
pitch?
We might be able to give him more than spare parts if we give our Toydarian friend a little bit of quality time with these guys. Right? And he...
So I just had a really bad idea.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. Do
You're
tell.
starting to fit in already.
Please do tell.
What if we let slip that the Empire, not only got the KX droids, but apparently we're seen dragging, the scrap of an IG-88 with them. How do you think that droid would react?
Probably not much.
Considering what I saw on Vin's datapad, I'm not exactly certain of that anymore. Allow me to tell you, out of character, this is a fucking horrible idea. Please stop.
Vin looks at
You
the
know
idea.
it's bad whenever he has to tell us. Out of character, please stop me from doing this.
Don't these things have... Well, pause. Out of character question for the GM. Would I know about the self-destruct ability?
Offhand?
History check?
Yeah, roll me a history check. You've been on Tatooine long
We
enough. You
spoke about
probably.
it.
18?
Yeah, but I want to see if. Yeah, no. Vin specifically has heard rumors of some IG bounty hunting droids that when they look like they're about to fail their mission horribly, they detonated. Fun
Don't
fact,
these things have
you also
some
heard that
kind-
when someone attempts to hack the damn thing, they usually detonate anyway, too. And you
Don't
suddenly feel
these
a
things
chill up
have
your spine.
kind of a detonator on board? Well, what happens if we revive him and the first thing he does is just self-destruct?
Trying to remove the thermal detonators. Oh no.
Can you do
Internet?
that? Can you do that?
That depends, DM. Considering I literally ripped one apart and started fixing it to make it look more serviceable, how difficult is it to remove that thermal detonator?
Roll me an investigation check.
Huh.
Thank God. If you had rolled anything below 15, you would not have liked the answer. And you probably would have died. Okay.
Yeah.
So after, you spend enough time with the damn thing, you identify the thermal detonator literally in its chest plate. That was easy enough. Giving it another good, look over, you could certainly attempt to, but you also are very much aware that unless you were very, very good at what you do, it also might set it off.
Can remove it. It's a possibility. It's also a possibility that it might explode in the attempt. But I am okay. I lost my voice. No, I'm not. I legitimately can't do that voice now.
That's
Oh,
all right.
wow. Well, I can remove it. I would appreciate a bit of help, even considering my expertise, but it's possible to remove it without setting it off.
Possible to remove it and possible to immolate ourselves. Well,
Station, tell me how difficult.
I will say now that because you did hit 25 on the investigation check, you definitely see how it could be set off by trying to remove it. It does lower the DC considerably, but there's still the very real possibility that you could fuck up, and well, I hope you have a backup character in mind.
Oh,
maybe we should ask Watto first. Get a sense for the difference in market value.
yeah, see about that. Look, he makes his business selling droids, and don't get me wrong, as Droidarians go, he's an alright customer, but I don't know if I hate him enough that I would blow him up. Besides, it goes against the Church of Toydaria's teachings. In a business transaction, everyone walks away happy. Some happier than others.
There's that catch-22 I was waiting for.
Vin grimaces and gets to his feet. Well, it looks like the captain has parked the speeder here, so...
You just hear Jesse from outside just, no, I just don't trust people with bombs. I learned firsthand. I don't even trust myself with them.
Did someone say bomb?
No, it's fine.
Roll a deception check.
Dear God, what have I done? What have I done? It's fine, don't worry about it.
Okay. Just saying, you said bomb.
Have
and
a
the
drink
Empire
ready
was
when I come
literally
in.
just here.
Have a drink ready when I come in.
Will do.
Okay.
I'll put it on your tab.
Dear God.
Vin sighs and walks over to the pilot's console. Starts flipping switches. He's going to try... I'm going to try and repark this thing somewhere where it's not in the middle of the street, visible to every podjacker who might walk by.
It's a forbidden parking spot.
Hey, Graham, I got a question.
Shoot.
Would I be able to help knowing that I've been with Jesse for a while and that he also has an actual ship? Would I actually a bit understand from watching Jesse fly the ship and kind of helping as well? Know how to park one of these things?
Yeah. Do you help?
Yep.
Okay. No check needed then. Fun fact, I think-
Rolls poorly. Okay, you are now on top of the building through the wall.
Meow.
Wait a minute.
We left the droid behind.
This is where you start, oh God! You start driving away, you just see Jesse surfing on top of the droid going down the road.
Okay, let's just go ahead and say you did it. I'll park you there in a minute. Let's get that you chuckle mess
Just
out
get
there.
tossed out of the shuttle.
Yep.
We crashed into the building.
You've accomplished your goal. Do you leave the IG-88s in there?
God, that sounds like a bad idea.
If you do, lock the door.
Come back
Well,
out here. Come back here.
Do we know that they're disabled, or do we know that they're permanently disabled and won't reactivate, or?
They haven't yet.
They've been
And you
shot.
spent like over an hour with the damn things, so if they were going to, you're under the impression they would have already.
Me, I spent over an hour with them.
Okay. Yeah. We'll Vin will lock up the shuttle, the speeder, something fierce. He's actually going to spend a bit of time on this to also try and set up an alert so that if the doors are opened, he will get a notification to his datapad.
Basically a car alarm.
Well, a silent car alarm.
Roll me an intelligence check.
And then straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
13. Could be better.
Can't quite get one that will actually send to your datapad, but did find the option for a very loud and audible alarm to go off if someone starts dicking with a thing that's not one of you.
Question
Better
is,
than nothing.
will it go through a stone wall? Is that stone?
Basically, yes, but we're not answering that question today. Because we already asked that question when it came to opening a simple door.
Yes.
Then he sighs deeply and walks towards the cantina.
You know, Mando, I never knew that your jetpacks allowed you to fly upside down. That's kind of disturbing.
And impressive, given he doesn't have a jetpack.
No, he's an inquisitor.
He's just rolling.
I'm
No,
walking on my hands.
Is that one time from Back to the Future 2? When
My
George
legs
McFly
don't
shows
work.
up.
Oh, hello! Oh, dear sweet Lord, it's a Gungan.
Don't question it. I'm not even questioning it.
Vin holds
Your
a finger.
brain will hurt.
Vin holds a finger to his lips in the universal shush motion. And does the Gungan have a cloak or anything?
Yes.
Jesse's jacket.
Nah, Jesse took his
That's
jacket back. He has a cloak.
I thought they couldn't see his face.
Vin tugs the Gungan's arm and then makes lifts his own cloak hood up demonstratively.
Just like a grand show of monkey see, monkey do, he slowly pulls his hood up. It's funny because it rests on his head, but his eyes bar it from going any further down.
Whoops.
You just cut 2 holes in the top.
So it's not a useful disguise, basically.
I mean, for the back, maybe.
It's either hide his identity or go blind. Or hide the back of his head and go blind.
Well, going blind obviously hasn't been helpful because you met someone that doesn't even have eyes, who was disturbing you all.
Who knows, maybe Eyeless Gungan will be even more terrifying.
Hey, it's an improvement. I find
Vin looks around. So, how are people reacting to seeing a Gungan other than Lloyd?
The Bothan doesn't seem to have a fuck to give, really. And your good Twilight Gambler over there is just, like, bemused by everything that's been going on.
Okay. So, Vin judges that we're probably pretty safe for now and walks with the Gungan over to the bar, plunks himself down, sighs heavily.
Right then. So, sounds like you had a very exciting day.
What gave it away?
Well, the fact that 2 of you look like you caught the rancor in mating season, you carrying a Gungan after I just watched one get dragged out of my bar. And that was all after IG-88 there was freaking out briefly about something. I'm not sure what it was, though. He kind of just has gone quiet since.
Does that, happen often?
Well, there was this one time where I heard an explosion he did it.
I think any person or droid would react in a similar fashion. If you like, though, I can have D13 here. He can take a look at your companion. For a price, of course.
I feel like that's a bad idea.
I just look towards the IG-88. You know what? I'm tempted to agree with you. What do you think, C-13?
It just beeps at you, and it's actually actively shivering on the bar top.
I think we all could use a drink.
That might be a good idea. So where are the KX droids?
In the hands of the Empire.
Some officer named Kirkland took him.
Oh. Well, at least they'll cut us to pay you the full amount, right? He says it's like he's like pulling out and setting out glasses in front of everybody.
We ain't got shit.
He stops when you say that, collects the glasses, puts them back under the bar, pulls out bigger glasses and sets them all in front of you.
I'm surprised that they left us with anything.
Hey,
If
Jack, I think it's
not...
here, too.
Yeah. That speeder that we always had, right, Lloyd?
Yes, the speeder we always had. He kind of just looks at Lloyd, nodding like he's trying to get him to go along with it.
He just slowly blinks at you and tilts his head.
What
How
are
often do you
doing
think
that
I-
with your heads?
How often do you think I leave my bar? Honestly. I don't see it, therefore it doesn't exist to me. That's my rule.
Is there even a way out from behind that bar? I mean, I've never seen you outside of this part of it.
I've no reason
Except
to
for when we
leave
break
half the
up the
time
wiki.
unless I'm going to sleep. I own the damn place. Speaking of, there was an interested party here earlier when you were off, apparently exemplifying the glory of the Empire, asking about you, and he points to Jesse.
What exactly they're asking about?
I don't speak Gamorrean too well, so you have to pardon me if I butcher the entire quote, but basically he
One of my
wanted to
favorite
be he wanted to be let known the next time I saw you.
Are you gonna tell him?
As I said, if I don't see it, it didn't happen, and doesn't exist. That said, he said he would be back sooner or later.
They look like they worked for a particular crime lord, or just showing up and asking.
They didn't specify, strangely enough, but then again, they don't tend to. But this one actually has been in here before, Droberg Blurk. And yes, he does work for a very particular Hutt crime lord that happens to take residence here on Tatooine.
Would Jesse know about like the Rancor pit and all that from his past being a smuggler, or no?
You know the Hutts are not to be fucked with. Because they're fucking Hutts.
Alright, so this good morning. Did he seem like he was meaning ill intent? Or just questioning? I'm sorry for asking so many questions. I'm just curious as to whether or not I should be watching out for them.
Well, number one, he's a Gamorrean, so frankly, the fact he didn't wreck my bar, I'm already thankful for. And, actually, if you're so curious, you can ask yourself, Lloyd says. He slowly points to the door.
What up? I'm sorry, you cut out.
Oh shit, did I? I'm sorry.
He slowly points to.
The door.
The door.
Vin freezes, acting casual.
Lloyd, better hurry up and give me that drink.
He just literally just puts the bottle in front of you. It's like, you might want to be quick about that, Chug. Good sir.
Something I have to do. Give me a second. When I get over here, can I just roll stealth?
There's gonna be leaving to be like, what the heck are you doing?
You can.
Jesse's just gonna take a big old swig from the bottle and just turn around and look him in the eye and just I have a question. Do most Gamorreans speak Huttese?
They speak Gamorrean, but they understand a number of languages. Thankfully, your translator happens to also translate Gamorrean.
Ah. Okay.
So yeah, you turn around and you're just faced with this fucking 6'5", and unlike usual Gamorreans, which are like portly pig people, this one is fucking cut and fucking jacked.
Why are they giving me flashbacks of Buff Jabba?
Because it's funny.
That's a thing.
And though it's really hard to tell between the tusks and the snout, he's grinning at you.
Been looking for you, Jesse.
You want a drink?
No. Drank enough. Jabba wants a word.
I swear, I'm working on getting the money for Jabba. Whatever money I owe.
That's nice. That's
Can I take a drink
nice.
for me?
I think he wants to hear it from you.
Is he here or are we going to him?
He laughs and puts a very firm hand on your shoulder. And you're experiencing for the second time as someone far larger than you picks you up.
Ah! I'd be happy to see Jabba.
I thought you might be.
Can I take the bottle with me, though?
No.
Please?
He very casually reaches over, grasps the bottle, and in one free hand, crushes it.
Ah.
No.
Okay, then.
It's okay, Jesse. Your friends can come too. If they want.
Luck, you better be coming with me.
Oh, this is good.
They just left one. Ah.
Now, here's the real question. Luck's obviously going with him. Who else decides to go see Jabba with poor Jesse?
Vin starts to get to his feet, then stops and very unconvincingly says to Luck,
Well, I don't know why you're looking at me. Well, I don't know who this guy's friends are. I just... And
And then he realizes that his cover is totally blown, and he rises to his feet with an air of resigned resignation.
You didn't tell us you
And
had
then
so
he
many
looks over at
friends,
the
Jesse.
Gungan. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Oh, the Gungan's just sitting
and
there and
then-
doing what he's told.
Yeah, so he looks over at the Gungan and walks over to him and says, friend, we have to go see Hud about a ship. I think under the circumstances, probably safest for you to stay with the speeder and watch the droids. How do you feel about that? One condition, though, don't touch anything.
Jar Jar. Jar Jar.
Good man.
Is Jesse still being
And
held up, or is
children.
Jesse still being held up, or did they put him back on the ground yet?
No, you're still being held up.
Is he like held over the shoulder?
No, he's literally held like by the scruff of his collar,
Like a cat.
like a cat.
Dear God.
And so Vin is going to escort the Gungan over to the speeder. And then he's going to lock him inside. And in fact, if there's a smaller place within the speeder that he can lock him,
Broom closet.
he will pretty much lock him in there. His real thinking, he says, he told the Gungan to watch the droids, but his real thinking is, we do not want this Gungan just out and about where people can see him.
Ah,
I think that
So-
cover has kind of already been broken as we just entered a bar.
Well, these people seem cool. Famous last words. Although, who knows what the Gamorrean will think. But the Gamorrean might not have known he was with us.
It's Lloyd.
Anyway.
Lloyd's cool.
Yeah. So he's going to, he basically is going to lock the Gungan into the speeder. And then he's going to, get out thinking that he's following the others on foot.
so, Grim,
Yeah, Marlo,
I
what
know
are you
you've been
doing?
reading. And I assume you know what I'm wanting to do.
Something absurdly stupid that involves an explosive.
Oh no.
So,
Oh no.
about collecting a thermal detonator for later use. How long would that take again?
Depends. Are you looking for a surefire way to get it out of that thing, or are you trying to be fast and risk it?
Did you use a spoon? Just got it.
How much time would I have before everyone walked out the door? Because
Well, you made a pretty mad dash the moment the Gamorrean stepped up to it. You would have a couple of minutes. Not entirely sure exactly where they're heading because you're currently in the speeder, so you're not entirely sure where they're going.
yeah, that's the true part. Okay. Plan B. If I knew that was going to take a long time, hypothetically, how difficult, one, is it to make a homing beacon? Or at least prepare one, or TLDR, how hard would it be for my droid to find me again, if it needed to?
Not very hard. Wouldn't be the first time I had
Yeah.
to do it too.
Yep. 2. Is the droid capable of piloting the shuttle?
Oh no.
You have Vin.
Capable is a stretch, but it's probable.
You have a Gungan, they'll probably just dumb luck their way to it.
You know what? This is safer than my thermal detonator plan.
Yeah, I mean,
Low
people,
bar, friend. Low bar.
yeah, people always walk away from talking to Jabba.
So, things might go south here considering Jesse and the others.
This is gonna be. I have a bomb. Stay back.
I have
Yeah,
3
well,
bombs.
I don't
Or in
I
my
don't have
pocket?
enough time to extract that. I'm going to need you to be on call. And should things go south and we need to get out quickly, I'm going to need you to bring the shuttle to us as soon as possible. Can you do that?
I have no hands.
Neither do those astro droids.
Well, they kind of have hands. They have like 1 hand. I should probably stop talking now.
Completely overrated. Like, their weakness is stairs if they don't have their thrusters active. But anyways, can you do this?
It kind of just gives you essentially what would be equivalent to a shrug and a very pitiful attempt at a salute.
I'm trusting you on this one, and if worse comes to worse, there's the Gungan. Please don't rely on the Gungan. I leave the droid in there, and as the doors close, we're all going to die.
Rancor
I
pit
love
opens.
how
Just
your worst case scenario is literally just another worst case scenario. Like, it's okay, the droid and the Gungan will save us. We're gonna fucking die.
My thermal detonator plan. That sounds like the best option suddenly.
I'm sitting here picturing like Rancor pit opens. Marlo's just sitting there floating above it. Just what is your plan here? So that's what you do. 80 blasters.
So, Marlo,
I'm
do
scared.
you go to join the repertoire of angry, scary-looking Gamorreans and your... I'm trying to find the right word. Acquaintances?
Steadily declining prospects is the more accurate term.
The thing that worries me the most is me and Luck both only have 1 hit point.
Basically, for
Well,
the love of God,
technically-
don't go for worst case scenario like you did with the job was all I ask as the DM to you.
Technically, you have gotten a short rest now, so you could spend hit dice if you have any of those.
How do I do that?
I mean, technically he didn't because he literally woke up. And then you guys immediately got on the speeder and headed out.
Oh, right. It would have. Sorry. I was thinking an hour equals. Yeah.
Normally, yes, but they were unconscious for it.
Right. They recovered at the end of the hour.
They
So
all-
yeah, never mind that.
Crap.
I could spend hit dice, but I'm already at full health, so.
Funny that. So, the Gamorreans, literally just holding fucking Jesse up by his jacket, lead you all to a very kind of ramshackle speeder that's literally just on the outside of town. You're kind of curious how you missed it. And take you and your merry little band.
Wow, that's a far distance.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so Jesse'd probably be sitting while they're moving him, unless the driver's sitting there just driving, holding him up out the window or something, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I thought of it. But no, I'm not
They
that
tie
mean.
you to the front of the speeder.
The reason I was asking, could I count the time that it'd take that to be a slow rest? Possibly, maybe, perhaps.
Yes, definitely.
I get to have some health at least.
Because it takes
That would count
just...
for me too,
How
right?
do I do this?
Yes, it will count for
I
both
just-
of you.
So I just click hit dice.
Well, that doesn't look good already.
You can roll as many hit dice as you like during a short rest. It's just during a long rest, you only recover half of your hit dice.
This is also true.
I don't know how many hit dice I have.
It's equal to your level.
Oh, so I have 3 of them.
Yep.
Correct.
2,
This-
4.
This is
I
going
got it.
great.
2,
This is
4,
going
and 5.
great.
So what's that like? Here.
11, so plus your 1, that's 12.
Do I need to roll more? Because I got a 12.
I mean, you get
How
12
many
HP.
hit points did you lose?
All of them. He lost all of them.
I'm scared.
And then he recovered 1.
Yay.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Same.
I'd like to revisit my contract with these people.
You had a contract?
We never had a contract.
Oh, you're right. Okay, see you later, guys.
I say, why are you here? Alright. I knew I had a way to freaking get Eraz's character out of all this crap before anything else happened. So. This is gonna be interesting.
I'm only laughing
So
because
do I
I'm
add
scared.
12 health to my sheet thing? Or
Yes, you do.
So
All
I
right.
add
I'll wait.
11. Right?
Yes.
You rolled 11 hit points. You
So
get
I have
11
12 hit points.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. I put in 12. And there we go. The rest of the numbers are blank.
They shouldn't be. Let me look at your sheet. Let's see here.
Talking about when he clicks his token, the
Oh.
circles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's because I didn't have that set up.
Oh.
Yeah, just add it to your sheet. It's the only important tracker. Tracker? I hardly know her.
There you go. I have what you guys roll to your sheets. Shouldn't matter, God willing.
Hopefully I can either bullcrap my way through this or negotiate. Yeah, we're not going to make it out of this.
Why is this glowing green?
Am I still being held up by the neck?
Yes, you are. The reason why there's like purple and green glowy bits is because this map was made kind of weird. I didn't actually make this map. I kind of just ripped this off the internet. Thank you,
It's
whoever
got
made this
neon
map.
lights.
Sure, why not?
Rave map.
But as you finally get, pulled into the wonderful skiff garage, the big Eskimorian finally sets Jesse down and starts leading you all this way.
Do they have Wi-Fi here?
You could ask.
Can I just look at my data pad and see if there are any open SSIDs being
This
dragged
is-
out?
This is how you do things where you don't have to move your token. Put in the spot where Grim moves it.
Big
So I have
ass.
to wonder, how exactly did Gamorreans become spacefaring? Did another race actually come and visit them and uplift them?
Well, they sure
Do you ask the Gamorrean
Me.
this?
I'm too scared to ask a Gamorrean that, but I'm not gonna lie, out of character, I'm actually kind of curious about the lore now that I think about it. Like the Krogan, there's no way they could have gotten spacefaring by themselves.
They
Space
didn't.
pigs.
Yeah, the Krogan were
They were
uplifted
picked up by the Muppet Show.
the Solarians.
They got picked up by the Muppet Show because pigs in space.
So this is going to be interesting.
I'm scared.
Do 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 do.
Wakabunga solo. Oh god.
Stop
Hey,
it.
it's the chick who died.
Who's still alive
Is
here?
that Waddle? Is that Waddle?
Is that a Watto or Watto?
Yes.
Hey, see, I said that it would be that, did I not? Yeah, see, they're right there. Like, what's all the fuss about? You know?
Literally just walks over, sets
See,
Jesse
you're
beside
moving
one.
up in the world.
I hope, because down is a bad idea.
I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to smile and wave.
That would be best, yeah. This is not good.
I do actually have a voice changer for this, but I'm not sure how well it's going to come across because I don't use it that often. So if it gets kind of like unintelligible.
Okay, we'll let you know if it gets intelligible.
What's the point with Jabba?
Oh god, I'm scared.
Jesse, so good to see you.
That actually works really well. Damn.
Jesse's just gonna look at him and he has his hat. Insane Hutties, good to see you too, Jabba. Might I ask what this is about?
That's easy. Where's my money?
I'm working on it, Jabba. Like, swear, I'll have it back.
When?
As soon as I can. Like, currently, we just returned some Imperial droids back to the Empire under the assumption that would get paid, and we simply never did. And nothing I can really do about that.
Jesse. Bad business working for the Empire.
Well, I just wanted to get your money back so much. So that I can have my ship back as well. So I can get back to doing work for you.
That's why I like you, Jesse. You know your place.
I do.
You'll have to excuse me for being worried. Haven't seen so much as a credit through Waddle here.
Now, see, that's not my fault. They were not going through me anymore. They were going through, you know the guy, Jabba, Lloyd. You know, the guy that owns that cantina no one heard about. Yeah, that guy.
Ah, yes. Lloyd. I have been getting some payments from Lloyd at least. Unlike you, Waddle.
I mean, they did the one job with the Womp Rats, you know, that one there points at the Mandalorian. That one almost lost his junk to the fever, you know, the Womp Rat fever, the one that rots off the penis. Yeah, that one. So they're doing work, you know. They just decided to go through Lloyd from now on. That's not my fault.
Yeah, it's genuine Jabba. Personally, forgive me if I'm wrong here. I don't really see that as his fault at all. It's simply Lloyd was right where we were staying. It was more convenient. We could get the jobs done quicker. Be able to get back quicker to get the money back quicker.
Jesse. It's all right. I only called you here because I have a position. One that will clear your debt to me in full.
What is his proposition?
You see, you might have noticed the Empire's been encroaching on Tatooine here. A little bit more than I would like. I kind of want to remind them who owns Tatooine. And it suddenly occurred to me that you still owe me a great deal of money.
And you want us to go and remind them who owns Tatooine.
In a very specific way.
What's that way?
I want you to steal an AT-ST Walker.
Jesse just kind of turns around for a moment, looks over his shoulder at the rest of the party, just almost looking for approval.
For once.
And kind of more or less, not quite so much approval, more of a, my hands are tied.
The emotion you get is less approval and more shocked horror.
It just looks back. Have you ever known me to miss a job, Jabba?
Jesse, I don't think you want me answering that in any form of honesty in front of your friends.
Good point. So, are we going to be doing this alone, or?
Well, it can't very well be tied back to me now, can it? If it could have, I would have just sent, I don't know, Boba Fett here to go do it.
Isn't Boba freelance? And he kind of just sort of nods toward Boba a little bit.
He's like a son to me.
We'll get it done, Jabba.
Oh, I have the utmost faith in you.
He kind of just says a little bit more quietly, are there any bounty hunters here that you want to not really have to worry as much about anymore? That maybe we could bring with us to worst case scenario utilize.
Jesse, I do hate to break it to you, but the reason why you even have this offer on your table is because you're kind of expendable at the moment.
We'll get it done, Jabba.
Good. Very good. Do have fun with that.
I'm sure we will.
With that, he kind of waves his little frickin' hookah wand. With that, Droberg himself just kind of grabs you yet again and lifts you up.
As he's pulling me away, just, Jabba, can you please just let me walk out here on my own feet?
Why? You look tired. Looks like you had too much fun with the Rancor recently.
Why does everyone keep making that same joke? He just kind of just...
So,
Gives up on trying to get.
now that that's dealt with, can I go too? I mean, you don't need me here anymore, do you, Jabba?
You stay, Waddle. You stay.
Ah, crap.
To your cousin. Good luck on your future profitable ventures. I'm gonna go now.
I ain't gonna lie, I think I got the easier one.
I'll just regroup the others. You know, he's not wrong.
Jesse, as soon as he gets around the corner, like right here where Jabba and nobody else in that room could really see him very well, he's like, "Oh dear God!" Just complete relief that Jabba's not killing him just yet.
I have wanted to use this moment for so long. I am so happy right now. And at that, I think we're going to take a quick break.
Okay.
Amazing. 10 out of 10. I'll be back.
Grim, as dumb as it may seem, I legitimately have a page from Wikipedia pulled up that is literally just a Huttese translator.
No, I believe it. I thought about doing it in something with a protocol droid, but then it kind of occurred to me, it's like, yeah, but that's dumb. And honestly, that means I'd be speaking in two different voices, and it'd be weird. Like, nah, fuck it. I mean, you yourself speak Huttese. You understand what the fuck he's saying, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, technically in this universe, anyone that speaks Thieves' Cant speaks his very specific version of Huttese.
I didn't know that.
I mean,
Oh,
literally,
so I actually also
you,
speak
yeah,
Huttese.
you understood everything they were saying.
Okay. That's good, because I was reacting as if I did, and then only later did I realize, oh, wait.
Yeah, Thieves' Cant is basically Hutt dialect Huttese. Normal Huttese is a language on its own, and a lot of people do speak it, but you're not going to catch the very subtle things here and there that are spoken in Huttese. If that makes any sense.
Interessanti.
Basically, you hear regular Huttese, it's like, okay, yeah, he's just saying hi to me. In Thieves' Cant version of Huttese, he's like, yeah, I'm going to kill this guy at noon. And that all said, I shall return, and God willing, hopefully I gave Eris enough time to get home and do whatever. And with that, I'm going to take a quick break myself, find out what my dogs are barking at, and we will catch you all in a moment. As usual, I'm not going to split the video here, it's just going to keep going. By all means, just kind of skip ahead, or listen to the music for a bit, until you start seeing the Roll20 screen again. All right, and with that, I have returned. And God willing, my Streamlabs is still working. Otherwise, it's going to be very awkward. Let's go ahead and rejoin Discord.
None of us has really long-range weapons.
Well, are we now talking about how we're going to assassinate Jabba and just fuck up the timeline?
Yes.
We're allowed to assassinate Jabba.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, you see,
You just did 5 seconds ago.
you see, Jabba is less an individual and more a title.
Hello?
The name Jabba is passed down from generation to generation.
So
I have most people.
back to the times where we've crashed stuff into other things. Why don't we take the speeder and crash into the legs of the ATST?
Because we gotta
Just
steal the
fix
ATST.
that
We
fucking
can't
thing.
destroy it.
Hit the back of his legs.
Actually,
It'll
that would
fall
be a good
down.
idea. If it falls on its side, we could use the speeder to pull it back up after we.
Yeah, we do a GTA. We run over all the guys that is in the way, and then we hit the ATST. Well, we could always use the bomb.
What I miss?
Luck is gonna kill us.
Oh god.
Well,
Good
so
thing I'm
yeah.
the one with the only bombs. Oh wait.
Wait, don't you have stun grenades?
Ion
Yeah,
grenades.
ion grenades.
They're not really stunned.
Ion grenades.
That said, you might want to read those again.
Yeah. They're not stunned. They're fuck everything.
I see why he gave us those.
You think?
He wants to give us opportunities to blow ourselves up.
That
They
too.
work against vehicles.
You know us. Are we going to use those against vehicles?
Nope.
No.
Just like how I gave a bunch of ninjas grappling hooks, and I've only seen them used twice.
It's a meme.
Precisely.
We're
Granted,
the
hilarious.
best damn ninjas there ever was.
We
I'm a
are.
hobbit, I'm not in some
Thank you
guy's
very
face.
much. Grim, you have never found better ninjas who could ninja, could you? Ninja.
Ninja.
Chandelier?
Where?
There.
Alright, doesn't look like Eris is gonna make the session at all. Sad.
Eris isn't going to make a lot of things.
It's like
He's
sense
gonna
as a
look back
Gungan.
at this.
Alright. Well, needless to say, seems kind of weird and off-putting almost that you literally got dragged to Jabba's palace for him to literally just basically tell you, hey, you're gonna do a thing for me now because one of you owes me money.
Because you're my bitch.
Yeah, it's kind of like just a show of force of like, hey, guess who's my bitch? You. Guess who's along for the ride? The rest of you.
Guess who's screwed? All of us.
Oh boy, are you.
I'm just a humble merchant.
Take some time. Thankfully, you only have to worry about the one Gamorrean breathing down one of your necks. And he's more than happy just to drop your happy asses right back off where he left you.
Hey guys, we survived.
Survived is something of a relative term, I feel.
For now, we're alright. Maybe.
Maybe.
Possibly.
And he's already walking towards
Oh,
the
not.
speeder, by the way, to check that the contents are as he left them.
You open the door, and you find your good old Gungan definitely still in there, asleep.
Lets out a deep, relieved sigh and shuts it again and alarms it again. Comes walking back towards the group.
The droid just beep boops confused as it's locked in again.
Yep.
Sad beeping noises.
So now I can get those thermal detonators, right?
Oh yeah, now you're not on a tight schedule, so you can get them out of there safely.
I'll bring the IG-88s in, so that way the IG-88 that's alive can watch me operate.
Do you actually do that?
Fuck no! Who do you take me for, Robert?
Oh my god. You still have inspiration?
No, not
You have it
anymore.
now.
Yay!
Oh, Jesus Christ. We'll never not pitch that poor kid shit. Oh, Lord.
I don't think you'll ever watch these. I think we're safe.
I could care less either way, frankly.
Yeah.
But those watching that are curious, the one story I keep being reminded of when it comes to Rubber, the gentleman we're talking about, is how he played a game similar to this and tried to swallow a live thermal detonator.
In a rebel base.
In a rebel base. Enough said.
Yeah, I still feel like I must be missing some context for that. It can't be.
He was arguing that his character was depressed, and his logic was, oh, he wants to kill himself. I'm going to swallow the grenade and expect people to tackle me. No. He got shot. And then he was kind of like, oh, can we just avoid that? And I was like, okay.
He's a that guy D&D player, hence why he's not in this game. I make no qualms about calling
I
that
have
out.
no idea who you are.
So needless to say, yeah, you're dropped out of the cantina. Literally, Jesse's dropped literally out of the speeder at the cantina.
Just drove by, just throw him out through the window.
Literally parks like
roll on the ground
30 feet forward and lets the rest of you out.
Jesse abuse. Jesse's gonna start heading on inside.
Oh, hello. Oh, you're alive. So how did it go?
First off, thank you for paying Jabba for us a little bit.
Well, it seemed only my rightful duty. After all, I do sometimes work for him, and seems how you all were
Apparently
tasked.
Waddle wasn't.
And you're surprised?
To be honest, a little bit. But outside of that, and he kind of just leans in close and says kind of quietly, Jabba wants us to steal an ATST.
I'm sorry, I swear to God, there's something insane in my ear. Could you try that again?
Jabba wants us to steal an ATST, and he'll forgive the debt.
See, it still sounds insane the second time.
Okay, hold up. I gotta roll perception. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay, yep. Bothan immediately dips out at this conversation.
I don't know how it didn't sound insane coming from Jabba. Maybe it's the monkey lizard.
Oh, he simply sees you as, well... Let me put it this way. Either A, you'll end up doing it by some sheer miracle, in which case he gets what he wants. Or B, you no longer exist.
Yep.
You must really like your ship.
I found that hard to believe.
Wait, do you find it hard to
surely he has
believe you
more.
like your own ship?
No, he said that he must like my ship.
No, he said you must like your ship.
Well, I love my ship.
Do the ear translator bugs work for Mondoa?
Not really.
Not here.
So Jabba wants you to steal an Imperial Scout Walker. Nope, still
Yeah.
sounds insane the third time I hear it. Okay.
Or just keep repeating it to yourself. It'll sound normal eventually.
No,
Is
it
it
really
timer?
won't.
So,
Sorry.
I need to ask, by any chance, can you point us to where we might be able to acquire one.
Well, there's one outside not but 2 hours ago. Apparently the Empire is starting to put bigger stakes on Tatooine than we originally thought. They're kind of showing up more en masse day by day. To the point where, well, you literally have an Imperial transport speeder suddenly, and there was a scout walker outside my own bar.
What does the Empire want with this backwater? No offense.
Oh no, it's a backwater. That's why I love it here. Generally, no one asks questions about things, but needless to say, people are getting uncomfortable now. And God only knows what they want here. They just want to make their presence known, a bit of dick swinging, if you will.
Is the Twi'lek reacting to this at all?
No, she's actually idly just playing with the Sabacc deck. In fact, she actually seems to be, like, playing with a droid.
She's playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Shut up.
Kunai with chain?
Kunai with chain. I play Alamander sword. I mean, alligator sword. Yeah.
No, that still sounds more sane than trying to steal an Imperial Scout Walker, strangely enough to me.
Fair enough.
Well...
Listen,
I could ask around, I suppose, and find out anything else. At a glance, it seems to be just part of their routine patrol now for kicks.
how long has the Empire been here? Like, actively here?
Yeah, back when it was the Republic, we'd occasionally see a Republic trooper back in the day. But more often than not, nah. Usually it's just an uncommon sight that's become more and more common.
The reason I'm asking is there must be a base that they're coming from. They gotta refuel. And odds are, it seems like it might be pretty close to the spaceport, so... Not any chance you know where that is.
We have a general idea, I think. If you recall.
I'm sorry, I swear I had something insane in my ear again. Are you suggesting of actually breaking into an Imperial base, which more than likely would have its own pseudo-spaceport for the landing crew, in order to steal a walker?
No, I'm not all condoning that. I'm saying we might have to.
I'm under the impression you might have better options.
Yes.
Like I said, give me a while, I can probably sniff out something. I mean, thankfully some of my denizens are still showing up here and there.
Vin is sort of... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Vin is sort of engrossed in something on his data pad. For the GM, I want to investigate two things.
Okay.
One is what I was just asking the barkeep about. Why is the Imperial presence ramping up? Out of character, I have an idea, but in character, I have no idea. And then the other thing is, I'm trying to see if I can find any indicator of where there might be an ATST deployed, or where, something that's easier picking, something that's not on a base.
We did see one
say
of
those, but we can't go after it right now for obvious reasons.
It's like, oddly enough, as you're all sitting there very openly debating this with Lloyd, as the one other patron at the bar apparently doesn't give half a shit, sets down her cards and smiles and kind of slowly just turns and faces all of you. You know, I may have an idea too.
No reaction.
Vin
Vin's totally...
Where? Please.
Well, the Empire tends to be very set in their patrols. And it seems like that walker has made its way into some of the patrols. If you knew the route, in theory you could ambush it.
You're a gambler by trade, I believe. You wouldn't just put something in the pot unless you knew that there was something you could get back. A ante to equal your own.
I like that one. He's smart. And he's right. I just so happen to know a very well-traveled patrol route. And yes, I do in fact just want something in return.
What do you want in return?
Just a game. That's all.
And the stakes?
Information. You win, you get your patrol route. You lose, well, that's up to who you're playing, frankly.
Information.
That's all.
Jesse's gonna look at Vin.
Totally engrossed in his data pad. No acknowledgement of this conversation happening.
Because it involves Jesse and gambling. And that's gone so well in the past.
I mean, well, the first time didn't really go well the second time. It's either gonna go terribly this time or go really good.
There is one small, I'd say even insignificant catch.
Wait a minute. What Gogo just said, was he suggesting I beat the crap out of them? Or prostitution?
Well, I kind of built this character on intimidation, Dova.
Thing is, we know that they at least are associated with person who blew hole in Wookiee.
Very big hole in Wookiee.
If they could blow a very big hole in Wookiee, what could they do to me?
I think you would almost be better off with the frickin' Rancor.
Aha! I rolled 3.
Wait. Are we... Is my roll 20 glitching out or something?
No.
What?
Okay.
Dova said something about rolling 3s, and I think Vin got
Jesse is going to lean up very close to Luck and say as quietly as possible to where Luck can still hear it, though. Listen, if I do this and I lose, you know what to do.
No, I really fucking don't, honestly. What are you talking about?
Wait, who did I say?
He said luck. He said luck, not yeah.
He's standing right there, though.
Yeah, I'm basically leaning up close to his helmet. Pretty much just whispering. I don't know. I'm whispering in real life. I don't have to whisper in real life if I'm whispering again. I don't know.
Because you're weird.
I am very strange. Insert fist bump motion. Jesse's gonna hop up. I guess you got yourself a game.
Fantastic. About that catch, though. Not against you.
Against 2, then.
Him.
And she just points at Vin.
Then Jesus.
He's gonna step back for a minute.
Vin.
Raises one eye.
You got a game. Come on. I have to play the Twilight chick. Oh no. He's not playing me.
No.
Oh, dear God.
Then goes paler.
Paler than sheet white.
Yes, you didn't think it was possible, but now you see that it is. And
Almost
he
like
looks
gaining
up,
color.
he looks up from his data pad for the first time in 5-10 minutes.
Needless to
Looks
say,
at the
though, your
chat.
searches are coming up with Jack All.
Okay.
Like, whatever they're doing here is very under wraps.
And there are no, like, if there are standard patrol routes or something, I cannot find them in a short
So
amount.
far, all we know is that they want information.
Yeah, so Vin sort of looks up from his data pad and stands up from the bar and narrows his eyes at the Twi'lek. You want to explain that?
Just a simple game. If you win, I give you the patrol route. If you lose, again, that's not up to me.
He swallows hard. His hand sort of goes to his sabak set and then drops back to his side again. Why me? My gambling goes far behind me. Well, slightly behind me. They're behind-ish.
Because you are the one he requested.
Vin looks around at the rest of the crew, kind of giving them a questioning look with his eyes. And then then he looks back at the Twi'lek and nods slowly. All right. Who am I to turn down such an engraved invitation?
Well, if saying consolation, at least you're not betting your life or the lives of your friends. I believe you leave that up to him.
And with that, she actually just kind of meanders over to the table.
When? He calls after her.
Oh, I think you only will have to wait but a moment.
Jesse's just gonna lean into Vin. Listen, I'll stand behind you in case there's a terrible move. and okay. Oh, see, like I'm basically just would I be able to give them advantage if I stood next to them?
Interesting.
I'll tell you what, if you can convince me of how you're doing it, I might allow it.
Pretty much just sitting there behind them, just acting like he's coughing since he looks like he had a bad time with a Rancor. Coughing must not seem too strange.
So is he sitting behind Vin, or is he sitting behind the other guy?
Behind Vin. It'd be too obvious to be cheating if he was behind another guy. Oh god, it's a weeb. It's Gwendolyn Voss.
Well, Dover gave it away.
Again, I'm sorry.
You prick.
I mean, technically, this isn't the first time that you've seen her on Tatooine.
This is
She
true.
was there in episode 1.
But needless to say, yes, you see this man just kind of casually come down the stairs. Like, he doesn't even greet your eyes. But then, for some reason, it feels like he's looking at you. In fact, it feels eerily familiar, but you don't get the same freezing sensation as you did the last time you felt like this.
Then doesn't lift his eyes to meet him. Tries to act as though he doesn't notice anything. Looks over at Jesse. Let's just see how this one plays out.
All right. Jesse's gonna just pat him on the shoulder and start making his way over there.
Vin is also starting to make his way over there. He fingers his own sabak set again, and then he mumbles something to. Well, none of you speak Umbaran, so never mind. He mumbles something to himself that none of you can make out.
Also, fun fact: universal translator things, Umbara's not covered. As you all approach the table, you watch this man with dreadlocks and this strange yellow streak across his face. Kind of just, he hasn't said a damn word, and he continues just to be silent as he kind of jerks his thumb at the droid, which is more than happy to just get the flying fuck out of his way. For taking a seat on the side of the table. The Twi'lek speaks up again. If I may introduce the Sandshock.
Vin nods. No smile, just nod of respect. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Well, more formally than last time.
This is the first time he actually looked up at you squarely. It feels uncomfortable. But other than that slight unease, nothing else, as he just slowly kind of gestures to the other end of the table for you to take a seat.
Vin sits. Wait. The
I
other.
think I mean right there.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay. Vin sits down. Vin, what the heck is wrong with my Roll20? Vin cannot move his token in that direction. What? Thank you. Ah!
The fuck is happening right now?
Vin has entered the booth.
Vin is now booth.
Vin is the cards.
Vin runs away. No. Vin sits down, trying to act cool, act natural, act calm and collected. Vin doesn't seem very calm and collected, but he seems like he thinks he's acting that way.
It's suddenly occurring to you as you're trying to compose yourself, just to kind of not seem as at ease as you actually are. You have not seen this man blink yet.
Mm-hmm.
You almost feel like you're in a dream where you're standing in front of a large crowd naked. It's a similar feeling.
And in his mind, Vin is just thinking, natural, natural. Then he nods to the Twilight. She dealing?
Oh, why, yes, I am. I can't tell you how excited I am. It's been a while.
And with that, she deals the cards. And it's strange because, I mean, on your end, Vin, the cards kind of just fall in this little heap of a mess that you have to pick up. But the other man's almost seem to perfectly line up as they land in front of him. You're not entirely sure if that's the Twi'lek's doing.
Yeah, do I get the sense that the Twi'lek is dealing straight, or do I get the sense that she has screwed with the cards in any way?
Cheating.
Roll an insight check.
14.
You feel like it's honestly a straight deal. Like, honestly, she seems more excited at what she's about to witness versus screwing you guys out of something.
Okay. That does not make Vin happy.
Now the fun part. How do you play?
Let's see. Refresh my memory. My options are I can go skill, I can try to bluff, or I can try to cheat.
Correct. And it's basically going to be you using your playing card set and adding your intelligence if you're trying to outsmart your opponent, your charisma if you're trying to bluff them, or your dexterity if you're trying to cheat them.
So Vin is actually Vin kind of suspects that he can't outsmart this guy, but he also suspects that something really bad might happen if he tried to cheat. So he's going to make it a battle of wits. He's going to try to play pure skill.
All right. Well, your Sabat cards using your intelligence modifier. All right.
And is that a success or a fail?
It's contested.
Okay, so that would not count as an ability check using a tool. Well,
I mean, technically it is a tool, so yes, it would count as that.
that I have an ability which says if I fail an ability check using a skill or tool with which I have proficiency, I can do blah, blah, blah.
I would say for this, yes, you can add that to it.
This count? Okay.
This would count.
Then I am going to use... So Vin's hands are shaking as he reaches out to touch the cards. But somehow, despite that, his movements are a little more deft, a little more agile than that would suggest. And he plays surprisingly well. Okay, so that's a total of 21. Oh, yeah, that's a total of 21.
Yes, it is. As my dogs start barking up a storm, one moment.
Blackjack. Vin wins.
Okay, I think they're done.
Vin 2 seconds later. Yahtzee.
Now it's beautiful because, yes, you kind of have a big smile. You were uncertain at first, kind of looking over your cards as everything gets dealt back and forth, exchanging one set for another. And then just a strange calm comes over you. And as you set your hand down, the man across from you finally cracks a smile and at last blinks.
One thin eyebrow goes up at that, and Vin has no other reaction. He's not setting his cards down?
He's never even picked them up.
After a long moment of silence, the other eyebrow goes up, and Vin motions to the table.
He doesn't even break eye contact with you as he slowly, one by one, starts flipping his cards over, face up. And it's hilarious because you actually matched him.
Do we have the same hand, or is it just a hand that is identical in value?
It's identical in value.
Okay. Vin looks down, back up at the guy.
Like, I shit you not. Hold on, I got print screen this too.
Graham has to prove he's not cheating again.
No, I just can't believe that she rolled that ability check and then rolled that on top of it and actually managed to meet what the fuck he rolled. That's what bewilders me so much about this. You'll just have to ignore the fact that for some reason I still have the droid set for the fucking playing cards. Okay, come on. Yeah, that'll work. Alright,
Now, for
then.
Sabak, is it like poker where if you tie, you split the pot? Normally?
Essentially, yeah. Like, it's more complicated than poker, I would say. Just because there's like 72 different variants of the game itself. Like, in the homebrew, I actually go over it a little bit. It's kind of mind-numbing, honestly. That's why I decided to go, yeah, as much as I probably could emulate this, I'm not going to, because that would be dumb. Like, I even say in the homebrew, it's very possible to emulate Sabak. I don't recommend it, because it's fucking stupid to try.
Wait, where is that?
It's the
I
last
don't-
page.
The last page of which one? The currency?
No, of the actual homebrew. The 20-some-odd page homebrew that has races and stuff.
Okay.
Ow, fuck.
Watch your profanity.
Fuck you. Upload file. Son of a... There it is.
That's his bonus? Ouch!
Yep.
Okay, so as Vin puts down his last card, yeah. So the guy shows his hand. Vin sits in silence for a tense moment, and finally he motions to the dealer. Says nothing, just kind of motions to the table.
She kind of just nods, collects the cards, deals out a fresh set. My god, this is gonna be hilarious.
I'm scared.
New roll.
New roll.
I am also scared.
I would like to note that I'm just an intern.
Okay.
This is more tense than any episode of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Same thing again. And this time he's as he picks up the new hand, his hands have stopped shaking. And he seems like he's gaining confidence or gaining momentum or both. And he's again going to play it just straight skill. And the moment his sort of tension is gone, or the moment his sort of, oh, I better not screw this one up is gone, he starts to get overconfident.
And it's back.
And he makes a glaring error. I'm going to try the same thing again, but I would guess it will not be enough to save me, unless this guy totally screws up.
Is it possible to use my inspiration on someone else's dice or just mine? I don't know how you rule it.
Honestly, since you're actually here, I'd allow it.
Wait, doesn't the inspiration just make it so then you could... Wait, does it make it so that you can roll again?
That's how
Yes,
I rule it, since I do auto advantage and all that crap.
I was sitting there just... Oh god, he just made it so then they still rolled an 8.
I'm giving you my inspiration, Vin. Please.
Should I do it? Should I reroll?
I think you should.
So I guess as the Twi'lek is dealing, maybe one of the cards slides too far, slides off the table, and that triggers a redeal.
That
So,
works.
so Vin is going to. Vin is a little flustered by that, or a little thrown out of his game by that, out of his groove. So, okay, that's much better. Should I re-roll the force energy die as well?
Sure, why not?
Okay. That is 20.
4.
Still smiling, and again, he doesn't even look down at his cards. They're still face down, like in a nice little neat line in front of him. And just slowly raises his hands and claps. Congratulations. You win.
The eyebrows go up again. And Vin says in a really surprisingly cold voice, "Show the cards, friend."
If you insist. Though honestly, you don't really need to see my cards. Vin, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yep.
I don't feel like he won and he just doesn't want to flip him over.
Well,
Vin, you're utterly convinced he actually doesn't need to flip his cards over suddenly.
so right after Vin has given him just this really cold, show your cards, he seems to forget about it. It's sort of weird. It's like he never said that, and he starts to get up from the table looking relieved.
The bipolar moment.
Yeah.
These cards will do fine. Yes, they
It
will.
was literally that.
These are not the cards you're looking for.
These are not the cards you need to see.
This is not your Chaos Black Emperor dragon. It is mine.
I had that card. And it
So
was
he
I
gets
know.
up from the table
I
and
have my Yu-Gi-Oh deck right next to me.
Go ahead, Vin.
he gets up from the table, looks to the nods to the sand rat? No. Sand shark. Sorry. Nods to the sand shark. And reaches out extends a hand to shake his hand.
He slowly stands, and it's weird just how smooth his movements are as he reaches out and grasps your hand. And in that moment of contact, you hear a voice. It's not safe for us on this planet.
Does Vin know that this voice is in his mind?
It was definitely in his voice, in a little bit he spoke, but you definitely did not see his lips move. They're just smiling
Okay.
at you.
So the minute this happens, Vin freezes.
He's ventriloquist.
And you see him jerk, the three of you see him jerk his hand back as though he's been shocked by electricity. And he just sort of stares at this guy, looking absolutely horrified. And that's what you guys see.
He slowly pulls his hand back, that smile never faltering, before turning to Twi'lek. Gulrala, give them what they want. Turns back to Vin, gives a nice, very courteous kind of semi-salute of sorts.
Vin
Or
is
walking
just
off.
staring and watches him go after, a moment's delay, turns and watches the guy go, still that look of horror on his face.
And it's hilarious.
You've seen a ghost.
Something like that.
And as he is just about to pass out your field of vision, you hear his voice one more time. If you want to know more, come see me.
And as Vin is saying something like that, you see him just bodily flinch again. And like, he almost looks like he's ready to fight. Or he almost looks like he's been hit by something or being buffeted by something. And he stands there like that for a few moments. And then he turns and glares at the Twi'lek and says, "Explain."
You not need him. Misada only want to be teaching you Yada
That's scary.
That's the creepiest thing I've ever heard. Misada.
The Twi'lek, just kind of upturns her palms and gives a shrug. As I said, he was very interested in playing you. And gauging from that little show, she says as she walks over to his cards and one by one flips them over. He certainly got what he wanted. Looking at the cards, yeah, he, even with that reroll and all that crap, he still beat you handedly.
Yeah. Vin kind of... when Vin sees this, does he remember at all that he thought, oh, I feel like this guy is faking it, basically. Like, I feel like this guy actually won and is not showing me his cards. Does he remember any of that, or is he kind of...
That's the weird thing. You remember it perfectly and clearly. But the moment you hit the part of the memory where he spoke and said, "You don't need to see my cards," you just remember being very okay with not seeing his cards. You didn't need to see his cards. Why would you?
Vin stands there staring at the cards.
While Vin's sitting there staring, Jesse's just going to look at the Twi'lek. I believe we had an arrangement.
Yes, the patrol route, very easy. Now the question is, do you plan on trying to take the damn thing during the day when it's crowded all the hell in the street, or at night where, well, who knows what happens at night?
During which are the patrols has less people during the patrols?
Honestly, it's going to be the same complement either way, the only main difference being that during the day, there'll be others around, you can blend into the crowds a little bit more easily. Well, at night, well, you'll have the aid of darkness, but that would very well be it.
Okay, Sealy. Should I say day or night, fellas? I'm thinking day.
Both have pros and cons.
If we want to do night, well, I think aren't some of us built in the stealth options? Because if we can get the stealth options, we might be able to get the guy easier.
Yeah, but you can also
literally a rogue with super night vision.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess we'll do night.
Good to know.
Now, here's a question. Oh, Sealy. We did talk about an embassy, right?
Well, like an Empire embassy?
They also did say that I was very, very heavily armed.
Let me put it this way. The one embassy that you might be thinking of is the base you have a vague idea where it is, and the worst idea.
Alright, good point.
Yeah, again, you're kind of misremembering when you were told to find an Empire official, which is literally even a stormtrooper.
So, where are we heading?
Oh, it's not far. And as I said, as long as you can pick either day or night, I can certainly set you up with a place and a time.
Alright. We're on night.
I think Vin's still in shock.
This is gonna kind of
And
just
he's staring
got
at those
mind
cards. He's standing in front of the table, staring at those cards.
Jesse's just gonna kind of stick his hand out and kind of just wave it in front of Vin's face and see if there's any form of reaction whatsoever.
No reaction for about 3 seconds. Then he blinks and slowly turns his head to look at you.
Did you catch any of that, Vin?
Well, no.
Well, the Twilight here just... They're saying that there was a place and a time. And then he kind of just looks over at the Twilight. Where's that place and when's that time?
You know, I have a name.
My apologies, I didn't catch it.
It's called Raru.
Say that again.
Here,
Out
I'll
of
even-
character.
I'll even do you one better. One moment.
You'll spell it.
Listen, I'm not even gonna bother attempting to say that. Mainly because Jesse doesn't have the text. And he's gonna say, listen, I'm just gonna call you Raru, okay?
Honestly, I prefer Cull. It kind of goes with some of the other things I tend to do.
Haru, he says. And he's surprisingly fluent with or comfortable with the Twi'lek name. Where's the time? Where's the place?
About 2 hours after the second sun sets. And she starts actually aligning the cards in kind of like a makeshift map of Mos Espa. And this street, and just kind of points and taps. A fairly narrow street, but it's out of the way. It's just on the edge of Mos Espa.
Okay. Vin stares at the map for a moment. Then he takes out his data pad and saves an image of it. Marks the place.
By the way, for those curious, good old Voss there rolled a fucking 29 on that card check.
Dear God.
Plus 12
Who
modifier.
is that character?
Let's not get into that conversation since he's in the game currently, and there might be more stuff with him later.
That's fair, actually.
Hey guys, let's go shoot him.
That is a terrible idea that you will die for.
Yeah.
Again, this is the same man who blew a very big hole in a Wookiee.
Yeah.
And now it makes some sense as to why he was able to do that, now don't it?
Donut?
Yeah.
So, Grim, I have a question.
Shoot.
How long from this point would the time be? Like, how long do we have to get there and get set up?
I'd say you have a solid couple hours before the suns even start setting right now. I wouldn't say enough for like a long rest or anything like that, sadly. Especially if you want to do it tonight. That said, you don't have to do it tonight. You could do it literally the next day night.
That works.
Yeah.
And possibly give Vin ample time to go meet with her, or rather, his new friend.
I reckon we're gonna do that.
I'm sure that won't end badly at all.
Yeah.
First lesson is you do not call me master, you call me daddy.
Dear God.
How about no, you freaky Dutch bastard?
I am not Dutch.
I have a plan.
Oh, hello, Conk. Sorry about that.
Jesse's gonna
Hold
go.
on, I just had the fucking Cusco's poison moment quote in my head, and it took me a moment to get it stopped.
Oh yes, the poison. The poison for Cusco. Poison chosen specifically to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison.
Yeah, thank
That
you, because
poison-
I needed that to play in my head 3 more times, apparently.
Hey, Peter. That was a good job, everybody. Okay. Jesse's just gonna go, and he's gonna start heading back toward the bar.
I have a weird out of character question for the GM.
Shoot.
This is something that my character would certainly know, but I, as a player, do not. Is there an easy way to tell whether a given person, particularly a given Twi'lek, is a slave or is free? Is there a standard symbology or...
See, that's the weird thing. Yes and no. I mean, obviously the more common thing would be like an actual slave collar. She doesn't appear to be wearing one.
Mhm.
And they've taken to wear headdresses just as a fashion statement, even though it was literally a fashion statement that was born from slavery.
Okay.
By the way, Jesse, as you hit the bar, like, Lloyd hasn't taken his eyes off that card table the entire time.
Interesting.
Lloyd.
I have never seen that happen.
I've never seen that person before.
I don't think
Yes,
you
you have.
understand.
Calls out from the table.
I mean, it is kind of strange not to see anyone blink, but was I a guy with no eyes earlier, so
There's hundreds of thousands of credits sitting in a pot for those that beat the Sandshock. We've had people all from the Outer Rim coming specifically to play him. They couldn't even get past Kilraru there.
well, we were only playing for information, I guess.
I really...
Stakes were less high than thought.
One moment. He actually raises a finger at you, Jesse, to make you be quiet as he turns to the rest of the group. And this is the fellow leading you!
What's that? Vin looks up
Just
from
got here.
where he's standing at the table. Oh, what did he do now?
I just want a drink.
Seriously underestimating the gravity of the situations he's constantly in, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
No wonder you're all so alive.
Yeah, I ask myself that question every day.
Luck favors those who... And then he stops and sort of looks at the Twi'lek and just cuts off in the middle of the sentence, like, luck favors.
I do favor people.
I was waiting for that one.
Yep.
Go take inspiration for that.
I don't know what that does.
That means that you get to roll again, I think.
Basically, yeah.
Sick.
Here with me. Since I just have access to all your sheets, I could just... Boop. Okay.
When you fail something you'd really rather not fail at. Or when one of us fails at something you'd really rather we not fail at.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and house rule that. Yeah, you guys can share your inspirations amongst each other.
Yay. This will be abused.
Not as badly as a healing cantrip.
We don't talk about that.
I don't even know what that
Is, I know. But no, you don't understand, Jesse. I've never seen him play. He's never had to.
Okay.
The man barely comes downstairs.
He did look kind of pale, didn't he?
Lloyd just blinks at you and sighs.
By the way, you're paying for that bottle of Carillion brandy the Gamorrean broke.
Can you at least pour me the rest of it? So at least I'm getting the value of the whole bottle.
The droid already cleaned it up.
I mean, can you pour me a glass with enough of it to equal out?
No. That was the only bottle.
So you're out.
I am just amazed how you are still alive. You
I'm
literally
sorry,
got dragged to Jabba himself and you're still alive. It's a bewilderment.
Hey, I'm a smooth talker.
Right.
Yeah, right. Oh, see, I forgot the name of the drink from Mandalorian.
Don't ask me. I'm still going through and rewatching it again.
Let's see here. Go.
Which drink are you talking about?
The blue one. Spotchka.
Blue milk.
Yeah, it's
Or
blue milk.
spatchka. Or that.
Well, then, can you at least pour me some spotchka or something?
I think I have some left. One moment. Fish it around a little bit, then yeah, he actually does manage to find a bottle. Pours it. Vin, you're sitting back down with the Twi'lek. What are you doing?
So when the Twi'lek takes notice of me, Vin's going to lean forward a little bit and ask her sotto voce, how long you been working with this guy? And he sort of motions towards the stairway where the sand shark went back.
Oh, I'd say about 3 years now, if I were to guess.
How do you end up in this little arrangement?
He simply asked me. Said that he could see a talent in me.
Vin nods slowly.
Mr. Vin, I believe the Twi'lek is a Sith Lord. A Sith Lord?
You, how long you been on this planet?
Oh, let me think. 6 years now, I believe.
Like it here?
Oh, now that I'm free to do whatever I wish. Yes, very.
He raises kind of a questioning eyebrow at that.
Yes, handsome, I came here as a slave originally.
He nods. He doesn't look terribly surprised by that. Sounds like there must be an interesting story there. Well, not the slave part, but the free part.
Well, that would be the reason why I'm so happy to work with the Sand Shark.
Go on.
Not much to tell.
He buy you out?
In a manner of speaking.
What manner of speaking is that?
Hey, detects murder.
He removed my master from caring for me, so to speak.
Ah!
Who was your master?
Oh, some fat man with more credits than he cared to have. He actually taught me the card game.
Nods.
Didn't really like it too often when I won.
They usually don't. He stands up from the table again, his curiosity apparently satisfied. And he says to Colorado, let's see, what would he... Luck is still there, right?
Yeah, he's right there.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so all he says to Colorado is, let me know anytime you're looking for a drink. I'm buying. And he walks towards the bar where Jesse is. And he now, the horrified look is gone from his face, thankfully. Now he looks more pensive and just lost in thought, just thinking. Sits down at the bar.
Constantly tripping over. I wanted to see his cards, and I did not want to see his cards. And you just keep replaying it over and over again in your mind.
Yeah. And also the language that the Twi'lek used that, he just asked. Vin is now thinking about how much to read into that.
I think it goes without saying. Y'all take a moment to calm down, settle down, have a few more drinks before, at long last, turning in for the night proper. Now here's the question. Do you guys actually want to do something on the next day? I will delete your fucking token, Go-Go, I swear to God.
You ain't catching me, boy.
Or you guys just want to fast forward to the night of the Walker heist in question at full health?
Oh, Vin has something he'd like to do, but probably not involving the rest of the party.
I mean, fair. You got a full day to do it.
I'm fine either way. We might want to give the Gungan some water, though. I just left him locked in a place without air conditioning.
Oh, shoot, that's right. The air conditioning is still out on the speeder.
I was wondering if I was going to remember that.
Open it's going to be a shriveled Gungan.
So Vin is going to...
All enough, it's at this moment. You hear an alarm go off.
Vin's eyes go wide and he bolts to the speeder.
Jesse just books out the door. Apparently, Vin needed to get out there so fast they just left a perfect hole in the wall.
Yeah, Vin is surprisingly fast moving.
You pop the hatch open. The little droid immediately scampers out screaming.
What's wrong, Lassie? Is Timmy trapped in the well again?
The Gungan just kind of crawls out, its tongue lolling out from the side of his face. Misa, very thirsty.
Come on, buddy, come on. And the Amaran reaches his arm out to kind of, pair walk the Gungan towards the cantina. We didn't leave you in there that long, did we?
Misa can see shapes and taste color. So you not all know what a Gungan with heat stroke looks like.
If you think you can taste color now, wait until after you try the Corellian brandy.
While Vin's just kind of walking him in, Jesse's just gonna go and just pour a little bit of spatula on the guy's forehead.
Jesus
Just mainly because of, hey, listen, kind of looking sunburnt there.
Healer just makes his way to the bar, finds a stool, and just collapses onto the bar top. Oh dear, is he alright?
We left him in a locked car, don't worry. we left him in the speeder too long.
You didn't leave him in there the entire time you were gone out to Jabba's, did you?
I will neither confirm or deny that.
That's a yes. God, I hope you don't have any pets.
Just droid.
Oh God, Gerald!
When we we finally get the ship back, we'll open it up and there'll just be the stench of dead dog.
You open it up, it's like that scene from Ace Ventura, just they're all dead.
God damn. Okay, that wonderful crisis averted. Next question. What specifically is everyone going to be doing on the basically what's a free day?
So, Vin is going to be getting to know the Gungan, first off, and kind of trying to win his trust.
Internet. Hello.
Hi,
Hello?
more.
Oh,
More.
it works.
They just rescued the Gungan from dying of heat stroke.
Oh, right, because they left him in there.
For 3 hours, basically.
On a desert planet.
With no air conditioning.
Lloyd said, and I quote, "I really hope you have no pets."
You should be feeling my wrath soon.
As soon as Misa can feel tongue again.
Misa will be with Allah soon.
Oh, fuck.
Pretty much in the free day, Justice is gonna be, kind of just lazing about a bit.
And then trying to get to know the Gungan a little bit. He seems... You can't tell if he's just evading your questions or if he's just tight-lipped or if he's just naturally that stupid.
I mean,
Yes.
it is Gungan.
So Vin is
At the top of the head
also
is
trying to he's trying to sort of ask him questions about these abilities that he seems to have. We put two and two together that he had some ability which was not quite normal, right? As far as
Oh, Misa
Throwing
bomb bad
things
with the Force.
bomb bad, you say.
He's got a bomb! Run!
The Thomas bomb?
No, we're good.
Why do I not believe you?
You believed me last time.
I regret it.
No, you shouldn't.
I've been regretting it meeting you.
That's understandable. I get that a lot.
I can't imagine why.
Hey,
Vin,
Jabba likes me.
Vin just
That's not a good thing.
It is for my health.
Fair.
yeah. So after he's spent some time getting to know the Gungan, probably sometime when the Gungan is sleeping, Vin is going to sneak out. By the way, Vin is suggesting that the Gungan share a room with him.
I have a
Oh,
question
Misa
for you,
get
Grim.
all the beaches.
God damn it.
Grim, I got an honest question.
Okay.
Have they fixed my door yet?
Not your door, though.
It's just one half of a door now. You can
Is
see
the
on the
doorknob
inside.
tied to a string?
They just
Oh.
took the bathroom door off and replaced it.
You know what's funny? That's actually essentially what they did.
Why do I get my own room?
You get tiny rooms.
But no, since you're saying, the Gungan sharing a bed with you, Vin, by all means, that's
Not
not...
sharing a bed, sharing a room.
He's gonna
Oh.
sleep on top of the desk.
Oh. Misa
We're
like
playing
desk.
cat.
Well,
He's like hard bed.
Vin will ask Lloyd if they can get a second cot for this room, and if they can't, then he'll figure out what to do. But they probably have some kind of cot arrangement that they could put in here.
Yeah, I mean... Door mimic. Yes.
Oh no.
But yeah, I mean, that's easy enough. Yeah, just get a cot just at the end of the bed or something. Yes, they kind of replaced your door, Jesse. But literally, as Gogo said, they literally just took the bathroom door and put it there.
It's better than nothing. It's probably got a better lock.
Nope. In fact, it has no lock.
Who doesn't put a lock on a bathroom?
Welcome to Tatooine, bitch.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. And then after, so after the Gungan has gone to sleep, Vin is going to sneak out of the room and sneak over to the door where the gun arm came out previously to shoot the Wookiee. And he's going to stand there for a long while.
Not really. Because as you approach the door, it just slowly opens.
Walking Quinn's just sitting there. And pretty much in his underwear just eating a sandwich, just like, get out of here!
Nah, he's dressed.
Good.
Vin makes eye contact with the guy and nods warily.
Just very politely gestures you to come in.
He walks inside without a word.
And shuts the door.
Are there any kinds of chairs or anything?
I mean, there's this chair.
Is that a chair? Okay.
That is a chair.
So Vin will sit in the chair and look up at look up at the sand shark. Think we have some things to talk about, friend.
Oh, a few, I imagine. Let me guess. New to the whole thing, aren't you?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. He kind of just moves his hand, and this metal tube actually rises from his desk and slowly makes its way into his grasp.
He swallows hard. Something like that. And then after a few moments, can I do that?
With practice.
Covers his mouth with his hands.
I feel it will be some time, though, before you get to that.
Nods slow.
But now you should simply focus on what you can do. And simply improve upon it.
I don't think I can really... Well, I don't think I can claim to do anything like that. Not sure why you seem to have taken an interest in me, but he shakes his head and sort of trails off.
Never felt colder on this planet than the day that man walked in, didn't you?
He nods. You know him. You know him?
I did, actually, if he's who I think he is.
Who do you think he is?
At one point, he was a Jedi.
Jedi. The second time I've heard that word this week. So you're... And he just looks at him with a questioning sort of face.
He smiles at you and slowly raises that metallic tube in his hand. And with a simple flick of his thumb...
Then flinches back really hard into the... He flinches back into the chair scoots back towards the wall. He was not prepared.
No one's prepared for the lightsaber ignition.
Perhaps I killed the Jedi and took it off him.
Nah, Gwyneth
With his
Paltrow.
organs.
Nobody can be a Jedi.
I hate you two so much.
Hey, the prequels are awesome.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Poorly written, but I still love them.
Hayden Christensen played Anakin perfectly. Obi-Wan is best as Ewan McGregor.
I won't debate that. Anyway, back to the game.
And Liam Neeson's awesome.
Yes. With a flick of his thumb, that brilliant green blade just shrinks back down into the hilt of the weapon. And he just sets it on his lap. It's a little dangerous to be calling yourself Jedi these days. That's how you end up with men like the eyeless one suddenly showing up, causing trouble.
Would I know about the Order 66 and stuff like that? Would I know that the Empire is actively hunting the Jedi?
Roll me a history check. I'll say you're on Baron, so oddly enough, you're like in the perfect space where I can ask you to do that. 13, okay.
Why did that hurt my ear so much?
Because it echoed off someone else's thing. Anyway. So, you do remember hearing tales of the Republic. In fact, they visited Umbaran a few times. Your people weren't very kind to them. Because if I remember correctly, Umbaran was either trying to stay neutral through it all and ended up getting thrown into it anyway, or sided with the Separatists. I gotta recheck my lore on that, actually.
Screw Prong Krill.
You do remember that the Republic troops at the time, their clone troops, were being led by Jedi they called generals. But apparently, throughout the entirety of the Republic, they were marked as traitors overnight, and were systematically all but wiped out of the galaxy.
Okay. So, yeah, so Umbara was not terribly friendly to the Republic. Well, it tried to withdraw from the Republic. So probably he would not be... Probably he would be at least sort of interested in the Jedi, or sort of positive about the certainly interested in knowing more about the Jedi. Anyway, okay. So when the sand shark retracts the lightsaber, Vin sort of leans forward a bit more, and one hand twitches like he's thinking about trying to inspect it, but he doesn't do anything. Instead, he just says, "Is that why they are after that Gungan?"
Honestly, after actually having him in the room across from me, I can see why they're having such trouble finding him.
Why are they having such trouble finding him?
His mind is a mess.
That's not surprising. He seems a little unworldly, let's say.
That's putting it very kindly and very mildly.
But why are they after him? Is it because he can do things?
And because he is still very new to it. Much like you. You and him are the kind of people they're more than happy to take and try to recondition into their own personal little Jedi hunters.
Like the eyeless guy.
Precisely. Me, they would simply try to kill on the spot, and I hope I would give them a hard time about it.
By the way, internally, Vin is still convinced that this guy is mistaken, that Vin has any kind of powers. I mention that only because this guy might be aware of that. Vin isn't necessarily continuing to say stuff about it, though. He looks over towards the door where the presumably sleeping Gungan is. Yeah, I don't get the feeling that it will go too well for that guy if he keeps wandering around here alone. But, the Empire is sorta... Well, the Empire is the Empire.
And they are coming. Not tonight, you're safe. But they are coming for Tatooine sooner or later.
Why? Do you know? I couldn't find, well, why?
Frankly, I don't have the slightest damn clue. It can't be to hunt force sensitives like myself, your Gungan friend, and you yourself. Honestly, trying to pick out a force sensitive here that isn't trying to make themselves known is nigh impossible. It's one of the reasons I'm actually here.
But you said you thought force sensitives? You said you thought people like that should get off planet. Why, if this is such a good place to hide?
It's a good place to hide for someone that knows how to. Someone that's been trained.
I'm pretty good at hiding.
It gives him kind of almost like a hurt look.
He kind of smiles and leans forward a bit. And how do you hide from something that doesn't need eyes to see?
He shudders again. Point taken. But, you thought we should get off planet. We have a ship. Well, no, I guess we don't exactly have a ship. We have an IOU for a ship. The idiot is the captain.
I feel tremors every time that one even so much as touches a doorknob. It's unsettling.
Yeah, he has a bad history with doors. Let's not get into it. But we have a ship. I mean, if we just make one big score, I mean, the sky's the limit, right?
Assuming the Hutts honor their word.
That's a big if, isn't it?
I do have something of a proposition. It might help. Sadly, I would say use it more as a backup plan.
What's the proposition?
How many of us do you think are on Tatooine at the moment?
Us? Jedi?
Just kind of nods his head at that.
Just trying out the unfamiliar word. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen anything like this until the last week. Maybe you and the Gungan and the Eyelisk man and 3 more people.
I know of 2 others. And I know where one is.
Your Twilight friend?
Oh no, she's just an insanely good gambler.
Really?
Other than that, perfectly normal.
Who are the other 2 then?
Sadly, I do not know where one is, or even if he actually is here. I just get a glimpse once in a while of him walking the sands. Another old master. Here for a reason, here to stay, not sure why. The other one, however. A young man. Locked in a cell. Of a place you recently touched.
Not Jabba the Hutt?
Slowly nods his head again. Didn't say it was going to
I
be
don't
easy.
intend to go back. Oh.
I don't
Good.
intend to go back there if I can help it. And I don't think it would contribute to my long life and prosperity, shall we say.
As I said, best idea of a backup plan. Because he does not want to be on this planet. He's had some formal training and could very easily assist you in getting off this rock.
The data pad is in Vin's hand again, like a like a second thumb. This man have a name?
Cal.
How?
Cal.
This man have a last name? And he's already starting to search the network for any one of this description, information on who this guy was, some indication of when he was captured by Jabba.
It's going to be beautiful. He actually kind of reaches out and gently nudges the data pad down. Try something else. Close your eyes.
What? No, then he picks the data pad back up again.
Trust me. Close your eyes.
He gives him a very skeptical look and closes his eyes.
Now, I want you to picture when you were in Jabba's palace. I want you to remember everything you can.
Okay.
The sights, the scents, the heat. Every insignificant detail you can.
Can't believe the guy was still using the default Wi-Fi SSID.
It's funny because whether or not you said that out loud, he heard that.
Sorry, what?
That's hilarious because whether or not you said that out loud won't even matter because he heard it either way.
Comcast 20,000 two sons. What?
He continues though. His voice almost unerringly calm now. I want you to picture as you walk down that hallway from the skiff garage. The Gamorrean opening the door as he holds your friend aloft. The faint left turn. Being assaulted by the all new sights and smells as you see Jabba in all of his glory. And as he speaks this, it's almost eerie how vivid the memory's coming up in your mind, almost as if you're just going through it again. And he speaks again. This time, the voice isn't coming from him sitting on the bed. It almost seems like it's coming from all around you. Now, in this moment, I simply want you to have a look around. Now, this is going to be very fucking interesting as I pull this off. One quick moment.
Oh, that was a misclick.
For you, Vin, it feels like you're literally standing there again as he speaks.
Mm-hmm.
And he says again, I just want you to have a look around. At this point, Vin, I want you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Critical success.
Very nice. It's weird because it's almost as if this very moment in your memory is frozen in place. Everything's in the right spot, but nothing's moving. And you take a quick test, and you actually manage to step forward.
Vin looks around, turns around, takes in the whole chamber, and then, almost as though he's in a dream, walks around the platform, slides gracefully between all the people standing there, looks at Jabba from the back, walks past him, and returns to the main floor. And then he sort of... He seems surprisingly okay with this. And I mean, he obviously realizes on some level that, you know, these people are frozen in time, or this has to be kind of a memory, an illusion, something. But he seems as though he's very used to wandering around through people and around people and just having them not react to him or notice his presence. And he slips out of this room and into the next room, looks at the bounty hunters assembled there. Oh, actually, I guess it's 2 security guards and a bounty hunter.
Actually, that's
Looks
the
up
band over here on the left.
Reaches out and plucks a string on an instrument.
He has a nice hearty twang.
And then I'm assuming that staircase to the north is obviously a staircase out of the...
Oh yeah, that just leads to a canyon.
Yeah, so he's not that interested in that. He stealthily slides down this hallway to the south. He pokes his head into this hallway and peers down it. He pokes his head into this hallway and peers down it. He doesn't open any doors or go in anywhere, at least not yet. He's just gliding through the entire place. And
it's strange because even though everything's kind of frozen in time, and so to speak, you don't hear anything at first, but when you do pass this hallway, you hear cries.
Oh.
Morose, sorrowful. As if it's from people that desperately do not want to be there.
Female or male? Or both?
Both.
Then he stops at this threshold, pulls up the hood on his cloak, and begins walking down this hallway more slowly and falteringly. And are these prison cells?
They definitely appear to be cell doors.
I look through one of them. What do I see? The one on my right.
A familiar face.
The Rodian?
That's the Rodian that you guys bounty hunted.
Ah, I look for the one on my left. Who is that?
That appears to just be a stairwell that for some reason I can't reveal. There we go.
I continue down the hallway, looking at the faces of the different people and trying to see whether any of them fits the description of the young man.
I swear, at some point you're gonna pass one, and it's just gonna be the Wookiee with big hole in it. The one in the blanket.
Okay, I won't lie. If you guys managed to take Bodar alive, he'd be in the cell too. But you didn't. Yeah, and that one, again, a very familiar face.
Yeah, the Umbaran. I pause here, smirk, and, you know,
Got your money, bitch.
yes, the Umbaran equivalent of, I got you. And then who is in these other cells?
Well, this one is empty. But in
It's
this
slime
next
from
one,
Ghostbusters.
no. But in this one,
Some guy named Cal.
and the strangest thing in this very moment happens. Nothing else has reacted to you. Nothing else has moved. But this young red-headed man, as he sits there, his head kind of buried in his knees and his arms kind of crossed over them, he slowly looks up and meets your eyes. In that brief moment,
He looks back startled as he comes to reality, looks up and sort of looks around himself, and then says, hey, what did you do? What send me back. No, what was that?
that was the Force doing as it wills. And apparently felt that you've seen enough for the moment.
Then looks at this guy, just totally not believing him. Can I tell that this guy is being straight with me?
I mean, you can
Or
roll an
do I-
insight check.
Or I do not think this guy is being straight with me. I'm convinced that this is some, like, this guy made me have this vision somehow. And, like, he has some kind of power to make people hallucinate or whatnot, and he just did that. So I'm not slowly very unconvinced.
Joke's on you. This is actually the Jedi Fallen Order 2 prequel.
I'm playing through that game again, trying to catch up on my PS5 to start up the Let's Play again, so yeah, adding Cal to this was great.
Oh, man.
See, you could very well be right. I could have made it up. I could have just flooded your mind with all this nonsense. But, and he kind of reaches over and slowly pulls open a drawer. You gotta find it again. And out of that drawer, a small little droid pops out. And it's fucking adorable. I don't care what anyone says.
What kind of droid?
It's an interesting little droid. It's just... It's not exactly a maker model you're familiar with. It's small, has two little legs it kind of crawls up on things with. In fact, the moment it's let out of the drawer, it actually kind of hops up on the desk.
Hello there, buddy. And he reaches out a hand towards it to kind of gauge its reaction.
Kind of eyeballs you up and down for a moment before slowly hopping a little bit closer and actually nuzzling its head into your palm.
He pats the head. So what's this guy's story?
That will be Cal's droid, BD1.
Cal's droid.
At hearing the name, the little droid gets visibly excited, starts hopping up and down, beeping incessantly. And he would very much like to see his master again.
Easy there, BD. You, what's this droid for? Is it a repair droid is it a repair droid?
Frankly, from what I could see, it could do just about a little bit of everything.
He scoops it up or tries to scoop it up into one hand.
It's a little bit bigger than that. You can definitely, pull him up into your arms and it'll kick its little feet up.
Okay, so he scoops him up with both hands then and sort of inspects him and then sets him rather uncertainly on his shoulder. Or is it? It's probably, maybe it's too big for that.
No, it totally can perch on your shoulder, and it's happy to do so like a parrot.
You seem like a friendly little guy.
Happy beeping ensues.
Not sure I can really recommend our little expedition to you. Seems like a good way to get a cute droid killed, but then we do have to go back to that hut's palace again. Either way.
It kind of beeps defiantly and then turns its head. A blue light shines from one of its eyes, and a quick little holo recording plays. That same young man you saw in the prison cell, lightsaber in hand, fighting what looks to be not the same eyeless man you saw before, but someone dressed just like him.
Is this guy also eyeless?
You can't tell. This one's wearing a helmet.
Okay. I watch this play out. I'm guessing it does not go too well for the young man.
Oh no. Like, it's neck and neck. Like, he's holding his own pretty damn well in the fight before it shuts off again.
Yeah, we don't like those guys much either. Kind of pats the droid on the top. So you think we can get this guy away from an angry hut, an army of bounty hunters?
You, as an entire group, I'd say unlikely. You, on your own, however, while the rest of your party happens to be discussing terms with the Hutt, I feel more confident in.
He nods slowly. Maybe. Maybe. And this guy needs to get off planet too?
Oh yes, very much so.
Yeah. Going around, I think. Well, no promises, but I'll see what opportunities present themselves. And he stands up.
He kind of just motions for the door, a little smile on his face. The door opens up on its own.
Vin watches this, blinks, and shakes his head. You know, you said you would explain, but somehow I'm only leaving here with more questions.
Because questions are what you need now more than answers.
Vin just gives him a very skeptical look and steps out the door, checking first to make sure that no one is around to see him exit.
And with that, he gives a little wave, the door shuts, and you hear his voice one last time in your mind. Quinlan Voss is my name, by the way.
I'll remember it. How do you do that? No, never mind. I'll remember it. And he walks back towards his room, just a little bit put out at this repeating experience of, hearing a voice in his head and just, magically not being able to tell where it came from. Come on, little guy, come on. We're going, well, back to bed at least. The way things are going, sleep is probably a tall order.
Misa, get all the bitches.
Then grits his teeth and sits down on the edge of the bed to think.
And that's where we're ending the session.
I won't lie, I was expecting just for Vin to open the door, just Misa have me waiting for you.
I thought about it, but nah, I don't like.
Just surrounded by candles.
Honestly, I had planned for Darth Jar Jar to be asleep or just unavailable most of this, which thankfully kind of just took care of itself in the end.
Yeah, after we give him a heat stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god, they said the air conditioning doesn't work in the speeder, and they left him in there to go meet Jabba. Oh shit, this is gonna be bad.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was extremely out of characterly motivated to have the character just stowed away someplace where he could plausibly not be involved with events, but it worked out well, I thought, and he didn't die.
We could just leave him in the cantina, lock doors and stuff.
He only just started rolling con saves by the time you guys finally opened the door.
Ice.
And with that, that's the end of the session. As usual, though, I hope you all watching have enjoyed. If you all did enjoy, a great way of showing that support, as always, is by liking the video, subscribe to the channel, and of course sharing it with your friends. And, God willing, check it back next week, where we might have a 5th session waiting for you. That all said, once again, thank you all for watching. And as usual, cheers to those that love us, the losers that lost us, and as always, the lucky sons of bitches that get to meet us. And we will catch you all in the next video.